too.
Just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story, and I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Hey, it's Opie and Anthony, and we're back live in New York.
Pay attention, they spark controversy.
Fuck you!
Being able to do the show we want to do.
Hold on tight, kid.
Jesus fucking Christ!
One of the biggest fines in FCC history is slapped against Opie and Anthony.
You got a couple of great guys over there.
Opie and Anthony have cost their bosses a lot of money.
Yay, beer!
Hold a sex stunt at St. Patrick's Cathedral back in 2002.
We've learned our lesson, right?
Yeah, we have. We've learned our lesson.
We're reckless, arrogant, stupid dicks!
I would like to extend to you an invitation to the pants party.
Get your cock out.
You know the Holocaust?
Uh-huh.
Picture the exact opposite of that.
Wow, that's really nice.
That's just too good to be true for most people.
Do you realize who you hired?
Beautiful girls violated.
What kind of sick mind operates like that?
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
The crowd getting louder and louder. Listen to them. Here it is. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy 2005.
What the hell are you talking about? Very good, yeah!
Okay, terrific.
Mom, please stop bullying me.
Well, I'm being honest. I don't know anything.
Mom! I'm not the Lord. I have to do this now. Get your cock out.
Please don't stop treating me like a whore.
$2.
Hello? Hello? Listening on.
Okay, terrific.
Merry New Year!
Merry New Year! Merry New Year! Merry New Year!
Ha 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 ha. And welcome to the Opie and Anthony program. The O&A virus spreading across America in the year 2005.
Oh, wow. It is 2005.
2005.
Ooh.
Oh, here's all the Regis clips.
Regis.
We got to start with that right away, I guess.
You want to hear a really funny story, though?
Oh, funny.
Jimmy?
I forgot that New Year's Eve had happened, and yesterday I went to write a check, but I put 04 on it.
Right off. I hope they cash this. Hope they cash it. All right, there.
A little bit? All right, there.
Little
You're all set
there
now?
we go.
All right, there you go.
That's better.
All right.
Thank you.
I think we had, 5 days off?
Yeah.
We might be a little rusty today, I'm thinking.
You think?
We always have an excuse.
I know, please.
Then we only have to do, 2 days of radio, and then we have a day off, and then we do, like half shows in Vegas, and then we're doing an extra show on a Saturday. It's just a mess this week,
What?
I guess.
Show on a Saturday. When?
I think we're doing a Saturday show now, too, yeah.
Yeah,
in
I read
Vegas.
something about that. I don't know what it is. Look at Jimmy. What?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what it is. Is it an actual show? Are we a guest on a show?
I think
is it
we're-
going to be our show?
Yeah. No, we don't guest. We
Yeah,
don't,
no,
we
no.
don't guest.
But what is it and from where?
Pretty much from the XM booth at CES.
On Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday. So I think okay, here's the deal. Today and tomorrow, live, 6 to 10 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Wednesday, off, because everyone's asking about this. Wednesday's
Off.
Wednesday's a travel day.
Travel day for the team?
We now take travel days.
It's a travel day.
What is up with us and travel days?
Well, with our ungodly hours we keep, it would be a little rough to fly out there and do a show.
I think we're becoming divas. The old days we would do a show.
Travel diva.
The old days we'd do a show, suck it up, and then travel. But now, we have to travel to Vegas. We can't possibly do a radio show. So then Wednesday's a travel day, and then Thursday we're broadcasting live in Vegas, 10 a.m. to noon. So whatever that means on the East Coast, I don't know.
1 to 3 here.
All right, thank you. 1 to 3. So
1 to 3, they could hear us live?
Thursday and Friday. And then I believe Saturday as well, 1 to 3 East Coast time, you'll hear us. And that's it.
Wow, 2 hours. We're really giving them a lot.
I know.
Jesus.
And, and we're getting lazy because XM calls us and they're like, hey, how do you guys feel about doing a couple 2-hour shows from Vegas? And I'm like, hey, that sounds great. In the old days, we'd fight that, What the hell is that?
It's a bagel, but for some reason at this place, they don't have a toaster. They put it on the grill.
Oh, really?
Bagel diva. Bagel diva. They put it on the grill instead of in a toaster, and there's crap all over it. I'm seeing grease, and there's something green on it, which could be a pepper or a booger.
It's awful.
And it's like grilled or something. It's not your fault, sir. I understand that. That's just how they do it over there.
Throw it at him, Anthony.
No, I will not throw
Throw it at him.
I will throw it in the garbage.
Oh, nice shot.
I banked it off the wall.
I guess you're not eating this morning.
Well, I need a bagel that's toasted in a toaster.
From another place.
Remove bagel from pouch.
Stupid savages grill bagels.
What are they grilling it on a grill? And there's crap all over the grill. There's I saw fat deposits on the bagel.
Just awful.
And a big piece of what I believe was a pepper. Could have been a pepper.
Put it in a toaster. It's not a falafel, you primates.
Toaster, don't understand technology. Ugh. And then when you use the toaster, get in a bathtub and drop it in with you. Animal.
All right, well, so then we're just doing three 2-hour shows from Vegas. That's it.
3 2-hour shows. So we are doing that Saturday.
Yeah, just when we get going with the radio show, we'll be done.
Right.
I don't like the Saturday show.
Why?
Because I have a schedule of things I'm going to do that revolve around money being exchanged for sexual favors, and it does not include waking up early on Saturday.
Yeah, what time on Saturday?
10 a.m. to noon.
I don't like that.
Noon.
Dude, we have to work 6 hours in Vegas. That's it. A total of 6 lousy hours.
I know, but can't we do 3 and 3?
I know. It's all set.
We'll talk to you.
Has anyone found out how far our hotel is from the convention?
Well, now we're being moved.
What?
We're moved to. You should really open up your email.
I do. I didn't get shit. I'll show you my emails.
Know why? Because they got a weird email address for you. I noticed that too.
I told them 8,000 times what my email address is. These idiots can't get it straight. They send it to some god-awful, I don't know, email address.
Dude, I've never even heard of that email address.
I know.
Kenny has that email address for some reason.
Send it to my personal email address. It's the only one I answer.
That's
it's
why you don't answer
the only
anyone
one I
back.
answer.
One day I did notice when something was CC to all of us, I'm like, wow, that has nothing to do with it.
Why are they saying? But you know something? If I hadn't told anyone, I'd be like, wow, I guess I should give them my email address. Time and time again, I've told them. I maybe get 1 or 2 emails to my personal email address, and then all of a sudden it goes to this cockamamie email address. Okay, you want to fill me in? Let's share it with the listeners, all the stuff I should have had in my email.
We have been moved to the MGM.
We have.
MGM, yes.
Look at Ben freaking out. Ben,
Just say it on the air.
No
That's
one cares.
genius.
It's fine, dude.
Oh yeah, because we're just as big as Bono. They're just going to be like they're trying to figure out exactly where we
That's
are.
okay. We got a Kenny.
You know how
Kenny's
big the
email?
MGM is, you ass?
It's fine, dude, to be at the MGM. It's
That's
everybody
pretty
knows
good.
where
Yeah. Fine, I'm at the
Ben's
Bellagio.
panicking that
Are you at the Bellagio?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure you are.
You're not at the Bellagio. You're at
Did
the
you see
MGM.
Kenny's email? Well, you didn't see it about fake names. You
Yeah.
all should stay under fake
Under
names.
fake names,
Yeah,
right.
try getting an escort up to your room when she has to look at your ID and then you have a fake name and you're like, oh, no, I'm a comedian. I've had that one time when I toured.
Didn't work?
I won't do it because they thought I was a cop.
All right.
I refuse.
Wow, I didn't
Sickens
even
me.
think of that.
And by the way, if you want to get emails to Anthony, it's ben.sparks@xmradio.com. If you want to talk about travel arrangements, anything you want to talk about, should go
Your
to
fat mule.
Yeah, a fat mule.
Thanks.
And hair that was combed with a rake and a hammer. ben.sparks@xmradio.com.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, we're all over the place for this first break, but we got a couple brand new Ben Sparks songs that came in.
I love them.
We brought them up. We might as well.
Wow,
great.
what was that hotel they were going to put us in?
The Monte Carlo.
The Monte Carlo. Kenny was so pissed off. Club Soda Kenny said, I've never even heard of it. You know what we're going to be staying with? Farmers. We're going to be with farmers.
Kenny goes, well, they're putting you in a Monte Carlo. Is the Holiday Inn sold out?
Yeah. He was livid. How close is the MGM to the convention?
Is the convention center near Mandalay?
That's near
I
the
think
Las
it's-
Vegas. It's right at the
It's
Las
very
Vegas
close
Hilton.
then. You could walk.
Yeah.
walk.
And MGM is near, I think, the Venetian, too. It's not that far, right?
It's on the other side of the street as Mandalay.
But, I mean, is it far from the Venetian where the
Next
porn
to the
convention
Tangiers,
is?
I
It'll
think.
be.
Oh, next to...
Tangiers.
It'll be in
I'm over here
the.
now.
It'll be in the vicinity of
I'm over here
everything.
now.
It'll be fine. Well, Club Soda Kenny's just been an animal with our travel to Vegas. Absolutely.
Well,
an animal.
I'm happy now. We're upgraded a little bit there.
Yeah.
Did we get sweets, Opie?
That I was about to bring that up in our last. Oh, we didn't talk about our last meeting before we went on a
Kenny's
little
the best.
New Year's break. Yeah, Kevin goes, does this Club Soda Kenny understand that we can't afford 7 what kind of suites? It wasn't even just regular suites, like luxurious, luxurious suites, and we can't afford limos for everybody on crew, and
Kenny's the man. He knows how.
Kenny's setting
he
up
wants
travel for
treated.
us like it's Andrew Dice Clay in 1988. You know,
Yeah.
we understand we're attempting the biggest comeback in radio history. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
We're more like give us a van.
One of those
We're-
vans
we're-
that take you to the airport,
Yeah,
guys.
we're up to the van stage.
That's what
right
we
now.
are?
We understand that, but in Kenny's
Staying
eyes,
in a Days Inn.
Kenny's eyes, we all should have our own limos and our own luxurious suites in Vegas, and our own. Every person should have a bodyguard, and
it's not about you guys though. It's about Kenny because he knows that if you guys are being picked up in a van, what kind of an ass is he working for you?
Right.
So the bigger you guys are, the happier he will be.
The happier he is. I'm very happy about the hotel thing because I never heard of the Monte Carlo, and I like casinos, and I like casinos being in my hotel, so I could just go down, play a few games of chance, and then go back up. And I was afraid that it might be a shitty casino down there. So now it'll be a good one.
Now it's all good.
MGM is nice.
And Eric, you'll be staying what in that booth over there on a blow-up mattress?
Yeah, I'll be staying at my apartment.
I thought you were gonna be in D.C.
No, they told me Monday. Oh yeah, you're staying in New York now. We got to refund all the money that you laid out for.
You don't even get a trip to D.C.
He doesn't even get to go to D.C.
Do you have to be here in New York?
Yep.
That's all right. It's better than Vegas. Who needs the hot weather?
Ooh, Vegas with all those lights and fun and action happening. You want to be here with the cubicles and the Broadway guys.
Absolutely. Porn star. Dude, those porn stars are so annoying after a bunch of hours just looking at them topless.
Watching them have sex.
You're missing nothing.
Oh, man.
You don't want to see that. You don't want to be there.
All right,
Take down the bosoms off the wall in case there are any more bisexual interviews in this room. You're going to have a lovely week.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Hi. Oh, Eric. You must be Eric. Did you see The Lion King?
Oh, too funny. All right. Well, we have the brand new Ben Sparks song.
Oh, I love
I think there's two here, actually, right? Oh, no, three?
Three.
All by Slim. Get ready to dump out if you're listening in Syracuse. By Slim Shitty.
Oh, okay.
Here's the first one. It's called Ben Sparks' Herky Jerky.
Herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk. Ben Sparks is herky jerky, wave his arms around like he's herky jerky, convulsing on the ground cause he's herky jerky. You know that he don't give a fuck, he's herky jerky. Don't mistake him for a bum, ODing on some drugs. He's moving all around cause Ben Sparks is what he does. He's into gossiping cause he needs to know the buzz, and giggling like a girl, motherfucker, just because. He's a man about town, finding parties on the street, unless he's had some crazy insane sushi to eat. Then here comes Gravy Leg, better move out the way. He'll be going through a pound of toilet paper in a day, and looking at his hair is gonna make you stop and think, did he wipe it on the floor after someone spilled a drink? If you watch how he moves, you'll be thinking he's smoking a crack. Herky jerky on the phone, smaller than a Tic Tac. In studio, he'll be yawning during O&A show, cause all night he's been chatting about Tom Brady doing blow. Back in Boston, them drunks will tell you Ben's we can piss, sir, cause Ben heard Kurt Schilling had sex with his sister. Ben's mule is scary, man, he's got Superman jump. His jeans are looking mean like a cancerous lump. Now Ben is red, yelling at Jim, yelling at O.
Dude, relax. Just concentrate on doing the fucking show. Ah, that's crazy insane. It's just crazy. It's crazy insane. It's nuts. So, dude, did I tell you about Tom Brady doing blow off this bitch's back? It was fucking great. We're all in the fucking club drinking fucking Kvass. Yeah. Dude, do you like my new hairstyle? It's called the Hurricaniac. Ah, I was just fucking yawning. I didn't have any sleep. I was out looking at Bono under the fucking bridge. It was fucking crazy insane. It's nuts. It's crazy insane. It's nuts. Everybody was there.
Anyway, so I walked in and I was like, oh, no. And I'm like, first thing I was like, oh, no music on. There's like some cheese laid out and stuff. My friend's talking on K-Rock and there. And it's like start cranking up, his show a little bit. Whoa, there's a baby that lives downstairs.
Wow.
Hey, I kind of like that.
Oh,
That's all right.
That fast talking thing. God damn, is that funny? Tom Brady was going blowing.
So funny.
He really makes you look like an ass.
Wow.
Oh, very
Wow.
nice. And then
Very
there's
good.
then he put together this little ditty.
There goes Ben! His hair looks like a hurricane. There goes Ben! His hair looks like a hurricane.
Oh, that's it. That's a little
A quick
teaser.
little ditty.
All right, and then I think he's got the acoustic version of that same song.
There goes Ben! His hair looks like a hurricane. There goes Ben! His hair looks like a hurricane. Yeah!
All right.
Interesting.
I didn't know Bobby McFerrin was still working.
The only thing they forgot to do is Ben reading. Ben reading. So you don't have to see it, but you can just hear it. And turned.
It's okay.
Very vigorously. A voracious reader.
Wow, I'm catching a lot of hell on instant feedback.
Why?
Anthony, make sure you get your pedicure while you're out in Vegas. Only Anthony gets all the perks. Anthony thinks he's as big as Bono. Will Anthony be walking around with his purple robe and a cigar in his mouth in his $1,500 a night Vegas suite? I don't know. Was I coming off like that?
I didn't think so.
I don't know. I just didn't want to stay at a crappy hotel, which I don't know if that place is, but I never heard of it. There's hotels that you heard of in Vegas, and those are the ones you want to stay at.
Yep.
That's all.
MGM is a legendary hotel.
Of course it is.
Good amenities.
Yeah.
All right, let's say hi to Oren in Colorado. What's up, Oren?
Hey, guys, you lazy fucks. You're going to Vegas, and it's going to cost me 3.5 cents an hour now.
Ah.
Oh, good point. Good point, actually.
Oh, yes,
Very
the
good point.
average hourly.
14 cents, actually.
I got to admit, I'm against the 2-hour show in Vegas because I think just when we're getting warmed up, we're off the air. Sometimes the show stinks for 3.5 hours, and then the last half hours
We make it worthwhile.
We hit pay dirt.
Yeah.
But
all right, you guys suck.
All right, I guess it'll be a different experience, a 2-hour radio show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It'll be interesting.
It'll be very interesting.
What are we going to do during that time? Are we going to be able to gamble during the 2 hours that we...
We're not going to be able to do anything.
We're going to be at the convention, right?
We're pretty much, the first show, we're going to talk about how the trip was on the way to Vegas, and the show's going to be over.
Show's over. We're going to have to condense everything.
I know. That's going to be a little weird.
Okay, done. We're done talking about travel.
Right. Move on to the next subject.
On our 18 different planes that we're taking to Vegas. Jimmy asked me, he goes, are you getting there the same time the rest of... And I'm like, don't bother asking. I don't know these things. I'm going to be led onto the plane like a boxcar. I don't know where I'm going, where my family is, what's going to happen once I get there. It'll be a thumb up or a thumb down once I get there. I don't know. Jimmy's asking me questions I can't answer. I assume they have it all set up, that we will arrive there around the same time. I know I have a stopover.
You're in
Salt
Utah?
Lake City, I believe.
Yes.
Utah. You guys are stopping in Cleveland, I believe.
Absolutely. That's the way it should be done.
Winter in Cleveland. That's
yeah, Utah's
nice place
good.
for a stopover. Utah, not known for much snow.
Yeah.
People don't really ski there or anything.
No.
All right, look.
Too bad the bus trip didn't work out. That would have been a perfect time of
that
year.
would have been great.
But only if we went through Wisconsin and Maine. And bald tires.
That's great.
They wanted us to take a bus to Vegas. It's okay.
Can we do a bus tour of the coast of Thailand while we're at it? That'd be fun.
Yeah. What about, speaking of Thailand and the tsunami, there's the paper right there. That's from Friday or Saturday, the Daily News.
Yeah.
Showing tourists. Here, give me that.
That's,
the Daily News is just brutal with that.
Ghouls rush in is the headline.
Yeah, it says ghouls rush in. Tourists flock to Thailand beach where waves killed hundreds. And it just shows these tours, one with a freaking ball bag on. Obviously, the guys from Europe.
European guys. I love
families
them wearing those ball bags.
Family sunbathes on Kata Beach in Phuket. They still won't say what it really is.
Phuket, they call it.
Yeah, they say Phuket.
Phuket, but we all know what it's spelled like, don't we?
Exactly. And then they have another picture as you move further into the paper. It says, on Phuket, disaster is just an inconvenience to rich who gripe about views and bubbly. And they have a topless broad with her man under an umbrella, kind of just mellowing out. Looks like he's reading a book or something, looking at the water. And then they have another picture that shows exactly what that same beach looked like only a couple days prior.
The devastation.
With just dead people and devastation all over the same beach.
Well, someone had to clean it up, and I believe the people know where their money is from in these countries. It's from tourism and stuff, so they use the Disney logic, Opie.
Right.
They hose it down, and in that case, they didn't even have to hose it down.
Yep.
Mother Nature hosed it down for them.
Sure did.
And just let the people come back. I'm surprised. Do you see a little radio, a transistor radio next to any of these people? Would you not just be tuned to the Thailand all-news station when you're laying on that beach?
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't lay there and look at that ocean and wonder if another one isn't barreling in. It's a little twisted.
Well, I would be canceling the vacation.
Yeah.
Perfect year to go to the desert.
Europeans are weird.
Perfect year to go to, I don't know, the Grand Canyon.
Right.
Anywhere where there's not a lot of water involved.
Anywhere but there. And what are you going to go swimming and have a body come bob into you? Ugh. They say bodies are 20 miles out to sea. They're still finding them.
Wow.
Ugh.
What is the death toll up to, like 155,000?
Yeah, something like that, over 150. When it first happened, they were like, 10,000 feared dead. You're like,
Right,
wow,
right.
10,000. Now, 150. Oof.
Jimmy?
I'm trying to find this Russian guy I read about in here where they said he was complaining that there was no champagne greeting. I wish I could find the thing. This guy's
What
a
a
classic.
dopey. Those Russians are just the most obnoxious bastards on the face of the earth.
Oh, man, that's brutal.
They are so nasty. You see them a lot now, Eric, living in Brooklyn. There's a lot of Russians in Brooklyn.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And they are under this. They still believe that they are part of the Soviet Union and they are superior to anything on the earth because they just go, Russia is so much better than you, my friend. So much better than the United States. When I was in Russia, we work and make things that's so much better than your American. And you want to smack them and give them the obvious, what the hell are you doing here then?
They cut in line, too. I was at Best Buy.
I am much better than you is why I stay here in front of you, my friend. You get behind me. This line in order of superiority, and I Russian. Better than you.
I was at the Best Buy on the Bell Parkway there, and there was like 120 people either returning gifts or buying new stuff, and they have the black ropes just going everywhere, zigzagging. These people just coming right up to the front of the cash register, standing behind the people who are paying. Everyone's online like, what are you doing?
They have no
They drag their
clue.
kids, and they just walk right in front, and they give you a dirty look for yelling at them.
Here's the line. An indignant Russian who arrived at the Novotel Phuket resort on the day after the tsunami loudly complained that there was no champagne reception.
Where's my champagne?
Loudly.
Where's my... Hey!
Right.
Where is my champagne? I pay for this vacation. Cost many rubles. And no champagne? What is this? What, did a tidal wave hit? You dope. What obnoxious bastard. If there are even foreigners there, you know? Anywhere you go, there's obnoxious, stupid foreigners that are always in the way, causing problems, and being inappropriate.
These people don't care.
Where's my bubbly? I want my bubbly.
These people don't care. They paid for their vacation in advance. They just want a piece of the beach that's nice and clean, no dead bodies, and that's all they care about.
Oh.
They don't really care about the devastation that happened before they got there.
Excuse me, housekeeping. Yes, there seems to be bloated body under my bed. I did not pay for this, to have bloated body under bed. Hello, room service. Where's my champagne? Where's champagne greeting? I'm Russian. We're better than you. What is this? The beach is a mess and stinks of death of millions of people. Why? You should clean up this place. There's wood everywhere, broken windows. Why I did not get my mint on the pillow? Where's the mint? I don't care your housekeeping staff is dead. Hire new ones because I need mint.
Just Russians. They are the worst form of human. So obnoxious, self-centered. Everything revolves around them. Oh.
Hello, front desk? My room key doesn't work. No, because I have no door on room. Door is not here no more. Please to be put door when you bring up my bubbly.
Just the awful people. They're like that here. Can you just imagine? Oh.
Hello, room service. I am very upset. Why you not bring the drink with the little umbrella? I want my pineapple coconut drink with the umbrella. I don't care the little umbrella factory was pummeled by tidal wave. Make more. I'm Russian. I deserve this. I work hard.
Work
hard.
Yeah.
I used to work for a guy named Nick. He was a Russian.
N-I-K?
Yeah, of course. Ugh, Nikolai. And it was in a machine shop. Dude, I had to be there earlier than I have to be here for this goddamn show every day. And he was just a slave driver. He was a World War II veteran, locked up in a Nazi POW camp, a Russian in a Nazi POW camp. Ooh, just awful. And now his whole life, I think when he works is the only time he could forget about the horrors of war. So it's just about working. And every day, because I hated work, and I hate work to this day. I don't like work. That's why I do this. He was just pushing every day. Come on, Anthony, why you don't want to work? You don't want to work. Work good for you. Here, you start. And it was like 6 a.m. every day. He had to start. You were behind that machine, just milling metal all day. 12 o'clock, lunchtime came. He would have Sigrid, this woman Sigrid, make coffee. And you would drink coffee and eat crackers. And that was it. He wouldn't let you send out for lunch. Take too long. And you'd be able to eat like 5 saltines and drink a half a cup of coffee. And then, okay, back to work. Back to work. It was Nick. Big, brawny with that Russian face and everything. And this was, they are just the most obnoxious people ever. Russian.
All right, with that, we have to take a break, Anthony.
No, we don't break here. Why?
We have to start.
You're lazy American. You don't want to work.
We have to start taking a couple breaks an hour. I think we might have sponsors starting today.
No way. Not the Sinclair Institute.
I don't know. We'll find out what they're playing in the breaks.
Tapes?
But they told us we have to take 2 breaks an hour.
Damn it.
From now on. As we go to break, a little something.
Can I speak to Mr.
This is he.
How you doing? My name is Gisette, and I'm calling from...
What's happening, Gisette?
How you doing?
All right.
My name is Gisette, and I'm calling from cabinet refacing.
Right on, Gisette.
And the purpose of my call is to tell you about a service that we are providing for homeowners.
Oh, man, that hurt. Oh. Damn! Oh, you still there, Gisette?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. I just burnt my hand on the stove. Ow! All right, sorry about that.
I'm sure you would agree that the kitchen is one of the most important rooms in your home.
I would totally agree on that.
Would you be interested?
I just closed the door on my hand. Of the cabinet, actually. Oh. Sorry, go ahead.
Would you be interested in our service?
I'm interested in a painkiller at this moment in time. Oh. Gisette, where are you located?
Well, my office is located in Palm Bay.
Do you have anyone in the area? Because I could really use some beer.
Excuse me?
I could use some beer.
Well, we don't supply that.
Well, I'm in pain. I need some beer.
Well...
Anyone in the area, maybe they could come over and show us what this whole cabinet thing is all about and get me some beer.
Well, what I could do is send a qualified expert to your home.
That's not a bad idea.
Excuse me?
Okay, continue.
What I could do is I could send a qualified expert to your home, and they could take a look at your kitchen cabinets. They could...
Oh, God!
It's bugging out.
Hello, Gisette.
What is this?
All right, what's the problem?
Oh, boy.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
The Emperor is not happy with his coffee.
Oh, no. Are we going to have to break into...
Jim Norton. Coffee Diva.
Coffee Diva.
Look at that cup. What brand is on that cup?
I don't know.
It doesn't taste good. I don't like it.
Where do we get our coffee every day?
I like Starbucks.
I like Starbucks.
And I don't like supporting the savages that run most of these delis.
You're insane.
Yup.
You betcha. You might be right.
Yeah.
Want this?
Hey, want to taste this?
Wow, that's really nice.
Throw it against the wall.
I'm not
I'm a diva.
I want Starbucks coffee.
You betcha.
Jim Norton. Coffee Diva.
Coffee Diva.
Diva.
I know Starbucks is a big world order type of thing.
At least they're not funding terrorism.
You're in the house or on the beach or in the office. Your Delphi XM Sky-Fi is in your car. You know, there's a simple solution for this. Get the Delphi portable audio system for just $199. It's a dock for your Sky-Fi receiver, also a CD, MP3, AM, FM player. And right now it comes with a free charger and 6 free rechargeable batteries, a $60 value. Get it and you've got XM to go. Just visit delphi.com/free. Limited time offer. Sky-Fi receiver sold separately. XM service required. Details online. Discover the secrets to better sex with your free Better Sex Kit. Better Sex is the world's best-selling sex education video series with over 4 million copies sold. These explicit, uncensored videos show you real couples demonstrating advanced erotic techniques, toys, games, fantasies, and much more. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free, no-obligation Better Sex Kit now. We'll mail your kit right away in a plain package. Your Better Sex Kit includes everything you need to spice up your love life. Call in the next 15 minutes and get a free erotic positions video, plus an exclusive bonus gift so sensual we can't mention it on the radio. Yours free for a small shipping and handling fee. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free Better Sex Kit. 1-800-371-6390. 1-800-371-6390.
He shoots. That's his
ACC basketball. It's the ACC today. Tie your shoes nice and tight because ACC basketball is breaking you down. You better box your man out because we're grabbing the boards. Round ball, baby. It's the ACC today on XM Satellite Radio.
Out off the ricochet.
It's Monday, the 3rd of January, 2005. I'm Ari Bykowski with your ACC Today. Happy New Year and a lot of action on the ball court in the ACC. UNC was taking on William and Mary.
Rebounded by Felton. Here come the Tar Heels running. Felton, bounce pass to the breaking
The Tar Heel Radio Network, a division of Learfield Sports in the call. UNC romps William and Mary, 105-66. NC State was looking to recover from a shocking loss against St. John's. Took on undefeated West Virginia.
Beeline drives to the top. Right wings it to Nichols. Fakes the shot. Back outside to Beeline with 18 to shoot. Beeline driving for the top all the way down the lane. Gives it away to Gansey. Long three. Got it from the left corner.
Man, these guys are just unbelievable.
Wolfpack Radio Network with the call. Now, if West Virginia doesn't jump into the top 25 this week, there's a conspiracy or something. The Mountaineers split up the Wolfpack 82-69. It was a Sunshine State showdown, this game in Tallahassee.
24 on the shot clock. Stolen away by Al Thornton. He throws it through with one hand. And the crowd comes to its feet as FSU is up 17 on Billy Donovan and the Gators.
Post Communications, the Florida State Radio Network on the call. The Noles, Jekyll and Hyde to say the least this season. In this one, FSU swallows the Florida Gators 82-69. How about the other team in Florida? Miami, who took on Norfolk State. Canes win their 8th consecutive game with the 76-58 win over Norfolk State.
And that's the ACC Today on XM Satellite Radio.
The hopes and dreams of 30 Major League teams are told on XM Satellite Radio like never before. Hear every play, every team, from spring training to the World Series. Hear it on XM Satellite Radio, the official satellite network service of Major League Baseball. It's radio to the power of X, all included as part of your basic monthly service plan.
XM 202.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
And we're back with the Opie and Anthony program. The One virus spreading across America. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Greatest show in the world. Greatest show ever, the Opie Anthony Show. Because it was made in Russia. Shut up.
Why do they carry Eli Manning off the field? Because he won a game finally? The Giants had one of the worst years ever, and I'm looking at ESPN, and they're showing them carry Eli Manning off the field because he won.
Yeah, he finally won a game.
Yeah, against the Cowboys.
Yeah, they stink.
Yeah. Jesus,
Oh, the
they're
Jets-
all happy that they won.
The Jets
what are
are
they
happy.
jumping around for?
They're jumping around like crazy, and then they carry them off the field. I mean, what was the record of the Giants this year?
I think it was 5-10,
Something
maybe?
like that.
6-10.
6-10, maybe.
Yeah, I think they might have been 6-10 with that win yesterday.
Way to blow the excitement of the Jets
Oh my
Rams
God.
game too there, Buffalo. Thanks. Jesus Christ, what an anticlimactic piece of crap that was. I was watching the game all psyched. It was a cool, close game, you know.
Well, I went and watched football with Ben yesterday, and we went to a really cool place where there was like, a huge screen, and then there was 2 screens on each side of the huge screen. So there's basically 5 football games on.
Wow, they ought to go with that idea at other places. Never heard of that.
No, but this one was great because it was right there. I mean, a lot of these other sports bars, you have to look all around the place to get your game, but right there, it was
Sort of
right.
like mission control.
It was mission control, exactly.
Nice.
So they had the Bills game on, which I was taking a peek. Then my Jets, of course, was on the big screen, and then Ben's Pats game was on, which that just didn't even matter. That game.
No,
it still matters to me.
No, I
You saw
understand.
how crazy I went when they switched the channel.
Yeah. All of a sudden, the bartender's like, "This game doesn't matter. Let's find a game that matters." So he switches off the Pats. Ben just jumps up from the bar.
I was doing that anyway.
Yeah, and raises bloody hell, and the guy he puts the game back on. So I'm watching the Bills Steelers because that's really important, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bills lose, so that's it. Now the Jet game means nothing.
Meant nothing. I'm watching the whole thing, and then they go, "Oh, yeah," and Buffalo lost, so the Jets are in, and this game really doesn't matter.
Right.
Oh, thanks.
Right.
I just invested a couple of hours watching the game, and it ends up not mattering.
And then the Jets, they're so stupid. It's like 1st and goal, and they go for they try to get a touchdown, obviously, for 3 downs, and then they kick the field goal. It's like, what are you doing? The game doesn't matter. Now you're going into overtime, risking some of your guys possibly getting hurt in overtime because it just didn't matter at that point.
Yeah.
And Ben's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "Dude, it's overtime. This game doesn't matter anymore. I'm out of here. I'm not going to watch an overtime of a game that doesn't matter."
Yeah, they kicked a field goal, tied it up.
So you're right, though. Anticlimactic. I mean,
Yeah.
Jets.
What was it?
Anticlimactic.
Okay.
Was that bad?
No.
Kind of bad.
I just didn't realize that there was no climate at all in that.
Oh,
Anticlimactic.
Climatic.
Could put a C in there.
You just
Is
stopped
that a
our.
C?
I'm
Climatic?
sorry.
You just stopped our football talk for a quick little joke.
But it wasn't
Jab.
stopping the football talk. I was trying to help you.
We were kind of flowing there.
You'll flow again, but you won't.
We were
you'll-
talking about your stupid Cowboys while
Ah,
you were
they
taking the lead.
stink.
And Vinny Testaverde, he better retire. Enough. Enough with Vinny Testaverde.
How does he get another gig?
He's done.
Nah, he's done.
That's the end.
And you watch, Parcells will step down probably today. He doesn't want to coach anymore, especially that team.
He wants to coach winning teams. Like he wants to be with the Pats again.
Too bad. We got a better coach.
You do. He is a good coach.
No, you guys got the best coach in the league. I'll admit that.
But Parcells is just stubborn, and he's a baby, and he always leaves before his contracts are up. He really annoys me. That fatso. Big apple body.
So who are you banking on there?
Well, I got to go with my. It's weird with me. I was explaining
Jets
this to
San
Ben.
Diego, is it?
I was explaining this to Ben. I mean, before, I'm going Jets all the way, obviously, but I like the Jets. I worked in Western New York and went to school for between work and school like 10 years. So I'm a Bills fan as well, which is
You don't have to
stupid.
worry about them.
And then I know. And then we were up in the Boston area when the Pats were doing their thing. So I'd take a peek at the Pats too. All 3 in the same freaking division. It's stupid.
Yeah.
So I'll root for the Jets big time, and I hate to admit it, but if the Jets get knocked out, then I'm Pats all the way.
As a New
I know, it's
Yorker, I
still-
just
I know
find it
that's-
hard
I understand.
to root for any team.
But everyone
from
has a secondary
Massachusetts.
team. What's your secondary team?
Yeah, don't really have one. I'll be going for the Jets also. Just a little New York spirit.
Bye-bye. They're going to be out first round.
Yeah, they really didn't look good.
Pennington stinks.
I don't
All
like
right,
your
relax.
Boston arrogance. I don't like the fact that you're a Patriots fan. It really bothers me.
Relax. You guys got Randy Johnson, the Yankees. You know.
I don't want Randy Johnson. He's 57. I don't want him. He's an enemy. Steinbrenner makes me nauseous, too. I'm a Yankee fan. You know what? I hope he throws his 6'11" back out on his way to spring training. I hope he's picking up a teenage
Wow.
prostitute and he hurts his back in Tampa.
As a Mets fan, I was very happy to see you guys signed another old
Dude,
effing
it just
pitcher.
makes me sick.
Ah.
I like the young talent. I like to watch them develop. I'm willing to take a bad average for a year.
Right, there you go. Instead of, he'll probably do well.
Randy will
this
he'll win
season.
you 14 games.
But then,
It'll be like a 14 gamer.
yeah.
Which is fine.
But then
when
what?
it comes down to the World Series, he's not going to have anything. He's going to be, those pitchers get worn out by the time the playoffs start.
Well, Kevin Brown was good this year. He was very effective when we really needed him in the playoffs.
Oh,
I hope he
Jesus.
gets fingernail cancer in all 10 of his fingers, all 10 of his hands.
Whatever, climatic, whatever, yeah. Johnny from Cleveland, what's up, Johnny?
Oh, dude, you guys want to talk about pathetic, man. I'm a Browns fan. What about them dumping the Gatorade on the coach after winning the first game since October? But the only thing I can say about that is the excuse. I actually thought he was wearing one of Steve's shirts.
Oh, there you go. How to put it out.
Did they really do that yesterday? Oh, they hung
dumped
up on
Gatorade. That's a Giants ripoff, by the way.
What, the Giants started that?
Yeah, way back. I think it was on Parcells, right?
Yeah. That was the first time that was ever
Like
done?
86,
I don't know. Was that, though? Was
like
it the first
86,
time?
I think. Yeah.
That was the first time they ever did that?
First time I ever saw it in the pros.
I thought they stole that from porn, though, because they won a game and they threw it in Parcells' face.
A money shot.
Big cooler of clam chowder.
Let's say hi to John in Pittsburgh.
Oh. What's going on, man?
Hey, yeah, go ahead, John.
Come on, man. You know the Steelers are going to fuck everybody up.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough to beat the Steelers this year. I really do.
Well, Ben, very confident.
Whatever,
Very
we'll get all our guys
cocksure, as
back.
they
We'll
say.
be great. We'll be great. We need to get everybody back from injuries. If we get everyone back, we'll be fine.
Stop.
Yeah.
Steelers
Didn't have
being
Corey Dillon in that game. Oh,
That Corey
whatever.
Dillon stinks.
Oh, yeah, he stinks.
I know.
He's so good, like Vinny Testaverde.
He's not good.
Well, we all know Vinny. I mean, Ben, you're
Pennington
You're
stinks.
abusing him over Vinny, but he'll admit Vinny stinks.
Dude, I hope Vinny falls down a flight of steps with an armful of prosthetic limbs. I don't know what that meant.
I hope that's Vinny's apartment on fire there on the news. East Flatbush, Brooklyn. A fire in an apartment. Jeez, what a surprise.
Yeah.
In the beautiful Flatbush section of Brooklyn. My God.
Probably someone making grilled cheese with an iron. Stupid criminals.
It's Earl.
I really bounced back after that stupid fall down the steps joke, thank God.
Yeah, you came back strong.
Christ.
Real strong. You don't like it up there, Anthony?
What?
Have you ever been there to know what it's like?
I know what it's like, believe me. It's similar to where Charlton Heston was riding a horse and saw the Statue of Liberty. Very similar. What an awful place that is. I drove down Flatbush Avenue once, and I did not stop for lights. And any cop I've told this story to said, good. Don't. We don't. There are certain parts of Brooklyn the cops do. They lock their doors because they're animals up there. Just appears, I was just watching the news. There was a big apartment fire live. Of course, they show it. We love the news in here in the morning because they just show carnage. We saw our morning wreck of the day, and
That
now,
was a sick
an
one.
apartment fire there with those.
I had no idea
animals.
that drinking and driving was such a problem in this country until I started getting up this early.
Every morning.
Every morning in this city, it has to be DWI accidents. It has to be.
I know.
Every morning, these cars are in half. They're upside down. They're
something they don't show through the rest of the day either, because
Yeah.
I guess it's not happening as much because the drunks are home. or
Sometimes you
passed
can't
out.
even tell it was a car.
Yeah.
And when you wake up like a regular person, you don't see any of this. But
Nope.
the first news story every morning when we walk in at 5 a.m. is the wreck of the morning.
They hose it down and clear the road. Please, I have to get through here. Why you close the road for me? Huh? I have to get to work. I'm bringing the saltines today.
Saltines and tea, right?
Coffee.
Oh, coffee.
Saltines and coffee. This nastiest, strong, like Russian coffee with the ground still in it. A real man's cup of coffee. Not the wimpy pussy drinks like you drink in America. You girls that drink the Maxwell House. It has to look like you poured it out of an oil derrick. And drink it down like a man, like a Russian man. Ugh!
Coffee and saltines, it must have given you bowel movements that look like wicker. Awfulest snack is that.
Oh, hilarious. Let's go to Eric in the city. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Opie, how do you figure Randy Johnson's going to win 14 games? He lost like 9 games by 1 run. Do you think that's going to happen in New York with the New York offense?
I was being nice. I was being real nice because, they probably grabbed him thinking he's going to get another 20-win season in him. And if he's lucky, he'll get 14.
And Steinbrenner is going to do that every year. When another guy comes along in 2 years, an old guy, he's going to get him too.
But, dude, you know, the thing that bothers me so much about it is that the Yankees, what makes this Yankee team, what could have been this dynasty, was when Steinbrenner was out of baseball, Gene Michael, and in some part, Buck Showalter built the team, but Gene Michael kept them from trading all these young players, and I think Bob Watson did a great job as GM, and then Steinbrenner comes back and start making the same stupid moves he made in the 80s, and you're getting the same results.
When Showalter was here, they did nothing but lose.
No, dude, I'm saying,
the minute he took off, they started winning.
Bro, what I'm saying,
the same thing happened in Arizona.
Dude, you're not disagreeing with me. What I'm saying is he helped build the team. I'm talking about some of the young talent developed. He was an overmanaging ass, and I'm glad he left. Torrey is better. But he would play Randy Velarde against Randy Johnson all year because he was a righty, and then Wade Boggs would sit on the bench and then face him in the playoffs for the first time and strike out because Randy Johnson was throwing 98.
Wade Boggs from the sex videos?
Wade Boggs, yes. After Wade Boggs had his testicles tied up poolside. Well, you know, he was an overmanaging fool, and I was glad he left Buck Showalter.
All right. Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
Thanks for calling the program.
Yeah,
Mike and a Mad Dog.
I know. Let's go to Jay in Rhode Island. Well, it's a big sports morning. It is. Let's go, Jay.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
I just want to say I'm with Ben on this whole Boston arrogance. I'm enjoying every second of it. It's fucking great.
Well, enjoy it.
All you Red
I
Sox.
enjoy it. And I have a feeling if we make it to the AFC Championship game, we'll more than likely be playing Pittsburgh. And last time we played Pittsburgh, we didn't really have a running game. Corey Dillon wasn't with us. And I have a feeling that this time around, Corey Dillon will help us beat the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ben's not a real Patriots fan, though.
Yeah, okay.
He just kind of likes them.
Yeah, all right.
You
Yeah,
know?
I'm not a real Patriots. Shut up.
I know.
And you know what's going to be funny when the Yankees lose? When you guys lose with all those players.
I love
He just goes from
how they
sport
do
to
that. Yeah,
sport.
That's okay.
I love how, but that's how
okay.
they do it up in Boston.
Hey,
It's
Boston
they're
has-
extending
All right,
this
go
whole
ahead.
Patriots thing from the Red Sox victory in the World Series. They're extending it like the Pats have something to do with the Sox too. So they alternate between the two like it's the same entity.
They're both world champions.
Well, slow down.
Yeah, well, we'll see. When the Yankees lose this year with all that talent, you
know
guys
what?
have all the money you guys spent.
I'll stand up and applaud. I hate Randy Johnson, and I hated Kevin Brown,
not
but I said
happy.
it all year. I wasn't a big Kevin Brown fan. I said he stinks, and I hope he dies before he gets to spring training. And he stunk.
Jesus.
I'll take Nick Johnson, that Down syndrome face, high sock idiot with a high on base percentage. I'll take that kid over Jason Giambi any day. I didn't want that steroid douchebag. I don't want him now.
What a waste.
Boot him.
What a waste he is now.
Boot him. He's going to go up there with AIDS arms and go 1 for 50. Nobody wants to see him. He's going to have flab like my grandmother had.
Oh, we were talking about that. We saw Mike Piazza on TV. I think it was during last
Oh, my
week's
God.
show.
Sitting next to Eddie Trunk,
Eddie Trunk.
for some thing.
And all
they
these
were
guys
doing.
are already starting to look a lot thinner.
Yep.
Yeah,
A lot thinner.
Well, they're really cracking down on the steroids in baseball, and it's obvious who was taking them, and who is now no longer taking them. Because we were like, who is that sitting? No, what? Is that Piazza?
We don't know what he does, but he looked a lot thinner. A lot thinner.
Off season, maybe he's just not
I
working.
mean, it's
out.
gonna be hilarious when they go back to hitting only like 28 homers a year again.
Yeah, people are wondering why so many people had these great home run
60,
records.
70 homers a year. It's going right down to 28
Yep.
homers a year again.
Piazza looked like he should be swinging a shovel. I'm essential to the baseball effort. Hey, Sheffield had a good year, though. Is he on steroids or no? Because Sheffield wasn't. What is he?
Yeah.
Let him keep taking him. He was an animal this year for the Yankees. Good boy, Gary.
Yeah,
And
you're
his
really
wife's a
going to
goer.
see. You're really going to see that taper off, I think.
Yeah. That's why Babe Ruth was so amazing. You could say it a million times, but not only was he a World Series record holder as a pitcher with Boston, but the guy came up and hit 60 home runs, and other teams were hitting. The guy Home Run Hank used to hit 15 home runs, and that was his nickname, Home Run
15.
Hank.
Home Run Hank.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it was an awful nickname. But, back then,
He didn't hit 15 every year, silly.
No, that was his nickname for hitting 15 home runs. They thought that was
really?
a big deal. Yeah. Not Babe Ruth was Home Run Hank.
No, I
This
know.
other guy.
And
And they were like, wow, that's a lot of homers.
No, I thought you were talking about Hank Aaron. I got a little confused there.
No. Hank Aaron I got a picture with. No, I'm not talking about Hank Aaron.
You got a picture with Hank Aaron?
I did, at a core dinner.
Where'd you get that?
Congress of Racial Equality. The same year I got...
What the hell were you doing there?
I know Roy Innes. he was good friends with Manny at the Comedy Cellar, and he comes in and his son Niger, and I get invited to the court dinner, so I go and I
Niger?
hobnob. Yes, and I've seen it spelled wrong on TV.
No way.
Yes, I have with 2 G's. I have seen it.
Stop it.
No, I'm not even being.
What kind of faux pas is that?
It was. I saw and I saw him interviewed about it, and he goes, "Well, I know it was a mistake, but he handled it well."
Wow, that's rough.
But I hobnob.
Kind of asking for it, naming a kid that though.
All right, we got to step aside. We have to do these 2 breaks.
Opie!
Damn it.
We have to get used to this new rhythm of the show.
All right.
Well, we got sponsors now.
Oh.
The fine folks from Sinclair now advertising on the program.
Yes.
We'll be back.
Wake the fuck up. Hey, kids, it's Opie and Anthony's Funhouse.
Hold on tight, kids.
Strap in, kids. Starring Opie.
He is handsome.
Anthony.
He's got a huge hog.
And Lil Jimmy Norton.
What a faggot.
What a dick. We're going to have all kinds of fun today, kids. Tell him, Opie.
Girls having their hoo-has being blown up by firecrackers. Take a hatchet to a girl's skull. Girls getting punched. Girls getting run over by buses.
We're going to have some yummy treats, too.
Angel dust.
Acid.
LSD.
Cocaine.
Pot.
PCP. Heroin.
Crack.
Today, we're going to learn all about
a whale's vagina.
And a special surprise for one lucky audience member.
Oh, yuck! It's a doggy poo.
So come aboard, kids.
Put on your laughing hats and teabag a relative.
It's Opie and Anthony's Funhouse.
You fucking puppet.
Isn't that lovely?
XM's 100% commercial-free music channels are now available online at listen.xmradio.com. Your favorite XM music channels streamed anywhere you have an internet connection. You can hear shows from top personalities, Bob Edwards and Opie and Anthony. Plus, we've got channels you'll only hear online, including On the Rocks, Special X, Enlighten, dedicated to Southern Gospel, and The Eye, with chart-topping pop hits. XM Radio Online. Try it for free at listen.xmradio.com.
We've made it even easier for you to give XM. Share the XM experience with your friends and family, especially with XM Service gift cards. It's a convenient and flexible way to give XM service. And you can order gift cards, XM radios, accessories, and gear at the XM Radio online store. Check out XM's new online store at xmradio.com.
The stories,
Down the left field line, is it enough? Gone! There it is! 62!
the memories,
Unbelievable! A home run for Gibson, and the Dodgers have won the game 5-4. I don't believe what I just saw.
the magic. The passion is renewed this February as spring training opens for the 2005 season. The hopes and dreams of 30 major league teams are told on XM satellite radio like never before.
And he takes a shot at it. There it goes. And he's out of here.
Hear every play, every team, from spring training to the World Series. Hear your hometown team wherever you are. Hear it on XM Satellite Radio, the official satellite network service of Major League Baseball. It's radio to the power of X, all included as part of your basic monthly service plan.
Who wrote this script?
It's the XM Radio Ski and Snowboard Report. Hi, I'm John Davis, brought to you in part by Sun Valley, Idaho, America's original year-round destination resort. Announcing new daily nonstop flights from the West Coast. Call 1-800-786-8259 for your Sun Valley ski vacation or visit sunvalley.com. Western Mountains continue to win with fresh snow and powder conditions on pretty much every slope, like at Breckenridge for 126 trails. That's over 1,800 acres open. Jackson Hole in Wyoming with some fresh snow over the weekend. They have 65 runs. Park City, another half a foot of fresh snow for 95 trails. They ski it all. The same for Deer Valley with the new snow for 88 runs. At Timberline in Oregon, almost a foot for 6 lifts and 85% of the mountain. Mammoth, California, 150 trails after a big week of snow. In the east, big changes in surfaces from over the weekend. Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, 3 dozen runs. You'll find almost 80 at Killington Pico. Okemo Mountain, 5 mountain areas, almost 30 miles. Camelback in the Poconos, they're up to 23 trails. Sugar Mountain, North Carolina, now at 80%. I'm John Davis with the XM Radio Ski and Snowboard Report.
It's everything 24/7 XM202. The O&A virus. It's everything all the time.
XM202.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony program. Merry New Year to everybody. Merry New Year. Merry New Year.
Everyone have fun. You're supposed to have fun on New Year's Eve. A lot of drinking, hanging, partying, dancing.
I got a hilarious thing I say every day. I'll give it to you if you want to use it.
Oh, what do you say?
Well, if I see you, like say on New Year's Eve,
yeah,
and I know I'm going to see you a day or two later, I will. I'll actually say to you, "Hey, man, I'll see you next year."
Oh.
And
oh, good gosh,
it just cracks people up. I use that one a lot.
That's wacky.
Yeah,
because technically, I see.
Yeah, but like like I know I'm going to be seeing you the next day, but I'll say next year because after midnight I'm correct.
And then for a second I got to think, I'm not going to see you for a while, and then, it's only a day.
Yeah. And then I watch a little midget girl being proposed to, and as she's flailing her arms, I grab the one arm and I swing her against the wall like mud.
Little troll. Wonderful. I hear you guys were hanging out together.
Yeah, we all
New Year's Eve together.
We all
Very
went
funny.
to a bar that Ben's friends own or something. I don't even know the deal.
Yeah. Ben just knows everybody. He can walk into any bar, any party going on, anything that's happening, and Ben is welcome.
It was
they
fun.
go, Ben.
It was fun. We had a good time.
We had a really good time.
And Opie was dancing, which
wasn't dancing.
Yes, you were.
I wasn't dancing.
Look at
He's
this
a dance,
denial
dance,
today.
The stupid Ben's like,
oh, yeah, stupid.
I'm being affected by the Ben rumor mill.
No,
he
you're
thinks I
not.
was dancing.
Dancing.
I wasn't dancing.
You were dancing.
Where was I dancing in that place?
You were dancing.
There was no dance floor or anything.
dancing.
What was I doing?
You were dancing. You were dancing to some disco song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There, and I was doing coke
Some
in the bathroom.
disco song.
He was dancing. You showed up. You were like, I've been drinking Red Bull and vodka. Yeah. I think this was the song.
Yeah, this is
Doing
exactly.
the hustle?
Yeah, this is exactly what I was doing.
The
man.
hustle.
You were dancing.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
You were dancing.
It's all right if you dance.
Everyone looks like they're dancing when you're herking and jerking.
Yeah, you did think everyone was. I didn't mind hearing that you were dancing for the 11th time. When Ben gets a few in him, he will just tell you the same story. Dude, I was dancing.
It was funny.
Over and over again. You got to hear the same crap when he's drunk.
Oh, my God.
Over and
it was
over
funny.
and
Did
over
you
again.
after the night was over, Opie, did you drive down to the Verrazano Bridge with 3 of your friends and gangbang a girl in the back seat? Hey, Double J.
I wasn't dancing.
You were dancing?
No, I wasn't dancing.
I heard on your way to the party you were swinging a paint can down the
Yeah,
sidewalk.
exactly.
Is that
With
true?
my leisure suit.
Ben told me.
We got a great shot of Jim with the New Year's Eve hat on.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's festive.
I certainly am.
Can we get that shot up on the website?
I'll have to give it to you tomorrow because I have
Was
to
it a
take it off
hat
the
or a
card.
tiara?
Tiara.
He had one of those Happy New Year
Wearing
tiaras
a
on.
tiara.
Why not? It's the new year.
And then the big rumor was that what's her name was there, Juliana Moore.
She was there. I saw her. I don't, you know.
And, and so that just freaked out Jim. For
Jim's like, oh, I got to get a photo.
And then I walk up to this woman, and one of Ben's friends is there.
no.
And I'm like, as she's leaving, I'm like, Juliana? And the lady won't look at me. I'm like, Juliana? And she looks, and then Ben's friend goes, that's not her. And the woman goes, yes. And I'm just like looking away. I just keep talking, but I still think it was her though.
I don't know.
Is she chubby, Juliana Moore? Or no.
I don't think
No,
so.
I think
No.
she's still probably
Okay, this
really
girl was
hot.
probably like 155, 160. She was like a little fatty.
I don't
Who
think
told you
so.
it was her?
I thought it might be her because I heard she was there and that she was sitting into an isolated part of the club. And I'm like, oh, that's where a star would sit.
Maybe she had typhoid.
Dude, it was so awful. Embarrassed myself again. on
You
New
are the
Year's Eve.
worst when you just walk. It's more important to him to get the picture than it is to keep from making an ass of himself.
don't care less.
So he will just walk up to people, not even sure it's them. Excuse me. picture, please?
I wouldn't care. I believe if I saw a celebrity on a beach picking up the washed up remains of a loved one, I'd still say, look, I know this is a bad time. Just look this way.
Look this way real fast.
Oh, I realized tsunami.
All right,
No reason for a T to be in that word.
Awful.
Really fast on the instant feedback, Michael from Cleveland. Tell Norton he means Frank Home Run Baker, not Home Run Hank. That's where I got confused with the Hank Aaron thing.
Oh, all right, Frank Baker. All right, what year was it? Like
Frank Home Run Baker, I guess. And he hit 15 homers, and that was his nickname.
But yeah, and then Babe comes along and hits 57 and 60. I mean, with no day games at all, no night games.
Bastard.
And did you do anything for New Year's or what?
No, I hung out at home. I did what I used to do, I guess, when I was a kid. Just watch the TV shows. I watched the little New Year's Rockin' Eve.
Did you watch Regis?
It was awful. That's what I was doing. I was researching, watching Regis. What an awful show that is. That whole New Year's Rockin' Eve concept, even with Dick Clark, like a couple of years ago when he was still doing it before this year, and he had his little stroke, and they got Regis to stand in. But even before that, that whole concept is just so dated and so, like, I guess in the 70s it was actually hip.
It was never cool, bro.
I think it was at first because it was like rock bands of the time. They'd have like, Three Dog Night would come on and perform in the 70s. And then it just from there it got really bad. And now it's just, who can relate to this? Their big band was Earth, Wind, and Fire at the end of the show. I was waiting for him to ring in 1976.
With Ashley Simpson introing the band.
Ashley Simpson, you can just see the meetings for these shows where they figure we got to get some of the names of the day. Some of the big popular stars that are out there. How about Ashley Simpson? Who is she? Isn't she a big one? No. Can we get that Paris whore? What's her name? Paris Sheridan? Bring her in. I like that girl. She's a slutbag.
Regis just doesn't know anything.
Regis knows nothing.
He is awful.
To have him as the representative in Times Square for New Year's Eve, the guy was lost. He was lost. He didn't know what he was talking about half the time. Yes, Eric?
There was a couple things. With the countdown, he was a second off. Like they already were celebrating. He's going 2, 1, happy. He wasn't even looking.
5, 4, 27. What the hell number is it? I gotta call the Donald. He knows numbers. I like name dropping all my friends. Like the Donald. And did I mention the Donald? He's talking about going down to talk to the Donald via television.
Mm-hmm.
It's New Year's Eve. He goes, well, let's now go to Mar-a-Lago and talk to the Donald. And they start showing Disney. And he goes, oh, wait, but first, we're here at Disney World. You see there is the wonderful Main Street in Florida. And then it says Disneyland under it. And he goes, oh, it's Disneyland in California. Well, they look the same, don't they? And, all right, are we ready? Okay, let's go to the Donald in Mar-a-Lago. Donald, how are you doing? Donald Trump shows up on a video and goes, Dick Clark, get better. We're pulling for you. Like, doesn't even acknowledge Regis because it's video. And Regis didn't even know that. I can't talk to this man. He won't answer me.
Plus, he was live on NBC.
Yeah.
At the same time, he was talking to Carson Daly live from West Palm, but he's like, oh, let's go to the Donald. It's a little videotape.
Let's go to the Donald. Unbelievable. It was a mess, and it was so... He can't speak. He screws up everything he tries to talk about.
Well, I think we have that clip. Let's take a listen real fast.
Now, I know you're all wondering, what is the Donald doing right now? Yeah, Donald Trump. I think he's down in Florida at his estate, Mar-a-Lago. Let's visit him, and we'll also visit Governor George Pataki here of New York State. But if we're ready to go down there, no, we're not ready to go down there, huh? All right, well, let's take a look at what's going on at Disney World. Mickey Mouse, of course. Look at that crowd. Yeah, it's almost as warm here in New York as it is down there in Florida. And that's the Main Street of Florida. We just did the Christmas parade there a couple of weeks ago. Everybody with the balloons. Look at that crowd. And there's that brilliantly lit background there at Disneyland. Now we switched over. It's hard to tell them apart, isn't it? Well, yeah, that's the happiest place on earth. And here we are in Times Square.
He
just
just
all over the
babbled.
Very beautifully lit background over there. You see the balloons. There's Disneyland, Main Street. Okay, I got nothing.
He is atrocious.
He's irrelevant. He knows nothing about anything. It is kind of fun to watch him on the show when they pull out a computer expert. I don't know, how do these things work, these new infernal machines? It's like they've been around for, pretty much a solid decade of everyone owning a computer. And he's still retarded with them. Has no clue. What is that? Where do I put the key? How do I start this thing? Oh, really?
We love Dick.
Finally read what you were pointing at.
Oh,
interesting. What was that comment?
She likes Dick.
We love Dick.
There was plenty of people praising Dick.
Wait, let me see.
Plenty of people wishing Dick well.
We love Dick. 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 We love Dick.
Lots of people just saying they love Dick.
Is the year 2005 the year of the Dick or something?
It's the year of the Dick.
I don't really get it.
Hey, Dick, this is John. On behalf of me and all the rest of the guys in the band, we wish you a speedy recovery. Rock and roll needs you, buddy.
Rock and roll needs Dick?
Yes, sir, Dick. Rock and roll does need you.
Oh, okay, Regis. Thank you. Yes, sirree, Dick.
Hey, Dick, remember me? I'm Richie. I'm the guy you see at all those award shows all the time, man. How you doing?
Is that going to be the hip thing for 2005 to call everyone Dick?
Hey, Dick. What happened to Richie Sambora, by the way?
Oof. Hello, Dick. It's your old mate Rod Stewart here. I want to take this opportunity of wishing you a happy new year.
I'm surprised.
Everyone knows Rod loves Dick.
Sure, I'm surprised he can talk.
Hey, Dick. Please get well. Happy New Year.
That one didn't work as well, huh?
Well, Dick must have been something wrong with Dick.
Dick, you're a special guy. I've always known it.
Calls Dick a special guy.
We love Dick.
All right.
And she's just in Times Square saying how much she loves Dick. Yes, Jim?
That sounds like a day it's serious.
Jesus, enough.
Really?
All right, let's go to the phones here. Say hi to Jeremiah. Jeremiah on Long Island. What's up, Jeremiah?
Hey, morning, boys. What's going on?
What's going on?
I was just wondering why John Kerry's on TV with Eddie Vedder.
Wait, hold on a second.
All right.
Yeah, why is Curry talking on TV? Isn't he done?
He's finished.
Are people still paying attention what he has to say?
He has nothing to say.
John Kerry speaks.
Kerry speaks. What, now he's finally going to tell us what he really thinks?
There's a whole big thing about he's kind of fessing up to why he lost.
And what's the reason?
He said that one of the things I read, he didn't connect with the people. Took him this long to figure that out, that he wasn't connecting with the people. You connect with the people when maybe you're passionate about something, when you take a stand and stay there and kind of present that to the people, whether they like it or not, kind of thing. Have some issues that are important to yourself. Not just wish you, like Frankenstein walking around with that albatross wife around his neck the whole time. His wife was like fire to him. Don't bring her out on the stage. She was look drunk. An awful, awful candidate for the Democrats to pick.
But does anyone care anymore?
No.
Why he lost?
It's old news.
Yeah. All right, let's.
Old news.
What does Jeremiah have?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
I was listening to Howard before I put the XM on this morning, and all he's talking about is you guys moving to one of the stations, and now he's been breaking your balls, like making fun of, like saying, "Oh, Mancow and Opie and Rick Dees and Anthony," and like joking around. But they've been talking about you for about 10 minutes now.
Hey, there you go. What's the matter? Hey, get used to it, ass. Get used to it, jack off. Get used to us popping up where you used to be. You jack off.
Yeah, that's about all I got for you guys.
Have
today.
fun. Go ahead. Talk away.
So he's playing right into our hands. We have no real audience yet.
We're building.
We're building every day, and if Howard's mentioning our names, it's only good for us, man.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
He played right into our hands once again. That idiot.
Keep talking about us, ass.
I don't know what's going on with Syracuse. We took over for Howard in Syracuse. We heard it was going to be a temporary thing for like 2 weeks while Howie was doing his little Caribbean vacation or wherever the hell he went. And I don't know. Now I'm hearing we might still be on there in Syracuse today. Somehow we got to find out. If anyone has the XM in Syracuse and they can tune in 95X in Syracuse, let us know what they're playing today, because I think we're still on in Syracuse.
Get used to other people taking your place. Contrary to your own belief, you're not expendable. Or you are expendable. Yes, you are expendable. Dick.
Oh, way to hammer home that point.
I know, wow. You're the most important thing ever. What an ass.
There you go.
You'll love it.
That makes us very happy
You
today.
screw up like that.
Let's keep mentioning our names.
Moment
Opie
of
and Anthony,
rage.
Opie and Anthony, Opie and Anthony, Opie and Anthony, and watch us just continue to grow.
That's right.
You're playing right into our hands once again because we're smarter than you. We're just smarter than you now. Let's go to Joe in California. Joe, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Real good. What's going on?
Not much. I want to say Happy New Year to you guys, and I got something for Jimmy for when he goes to Vegas.
Ooh, thanks, Joe. What would that be?
Well, you go to that website. It's NevadaBrothels.com, and there's this bunny ranch down there, and there's a girl named Annie with these big lips down there.
Oh, are you talking about...
She'll gargle your hoagie like you've never been gargled before.
Are you talking about the bunny ranch? Dennis is a buddy of mine. I've never gone there. That's like 9 hours from Vegas in Carson City.
It is far, right?
But her name is...
Hold on.
Air Force Amy. Dude, you're talking about Air Force Amy. I've spoken to her on the phone. She's great, but it's not Annie. It's Amy. I think Amy, and you're right. She is very endowed.
Air Force Amy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
but there's another one in Vegas, too.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just give him a call, and, she'll give it to you. Another thing, Regis Philbin, he's a shit dick.
I like Regis. I think he's fun.
Oh,
and he's
stop
just
it.
interesting to watch.
I
And
know nothing.
All right. Well, thank you, Joe.
All right. Hey, Jimmy, have a good time.
Thank you, Joe. I hope so. And a safe one, more importantly.
Let's say hi to Valerie in Syracuse. Valerie, what's going on?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Real good today.
Good. You guys are on this morning. I'm not calling from Syracuse, but I was listening to Howard earlier, and someone called up because you guys were on in there. And, of course, he was complaining about it, and that's where it started the whole conversation for like 20 minutes about you guys.
Perfect. He just gave us a 20-minute commercial.
He's
He's so effing stupid.
He thinks all his stations that he's on now, once he goes over to satellite, they're going to turn into bodegas and movie theaters. No. Other people are taking your place. Because that's what happens in the real world. While you're sitting there trying to build your audience back up, because that's what happens when you make the move to satellite, you certainly don't have the audience that you did on broadcast radio. So while you're sitting there, other people will be doing a show on the stations you used to be on. It's not going to be a big deal, Howie.
I believe we're going to be adding a few more stations in the very near future.
And
Anthony.
yes, we do believe it could be this very program that you're talking about all morning, you jackass. That's right. Us idiots will be replacing you. You jerk off.
Because we were smart when we made our deal.
That's right.
We didn't sign an exclusive deal.
Yep. We do what we want.
We're allowed to do both. See, that was the way to go, idiot.
That's it. What,
Valerie?
What a pompous, self-centered idiot.
And by the way, we allow people to talk about other shows on this program. Yes, Valerie?
The caller who called up also mentioned something about you guys on in Harrisburg. I don't know what that's about.
Are we on in Harrisburg today?
I don't know. That's what the guy said.
There was a rumor that was possibly happening, and a few other places as well. I don't know where we're at with that. We're just doing our satellite radio show, and these deals are being made behind our back. So, thank you, Valerie, for the update. So we're on in Syracuse. Very cool. There you go, Anthony. It continues. What's wrong, Ant?
I'm just reading instant feedbacks. Stern is off on 2 Rhode Island stations. All right. Well, it begins. The guy thought he's going to be able to badmouth everybody and sit there, and they're going to sit and take it because you're so wonderful. You big ass. Because he's such a wonderful guy, the scumbag that he is. He's going to sit there and everyone's just going to take it? No.
Everyone's right.
They're going to pull you off. They're going to slowly or quickly pull you off the stations, chop your show apart, so that by the time you're ready to make the jump to satellite, your listeners will be disgusted anyway. Because your show is being butchered, because you're a pussy. You're a pussy. Let's rewind 8 million times ago that you said if this happens, I'm leaving radio. If this happens, you won't hear me on Monday. How many times has this phony hypocrite said this? If Mel leaves, I'm leaving. And not leaving, signing a contract for a year later he's leaving. He said he would walk off the show. If they keep censoring my show, I'm not doing it. I'll play music. I'll do this. I'll do that. Does it take a brain surgeon to figure this out? That he's just a phony and he's a pussy to boot? God damn. Stop it.
Howard is really tooling on you right now.
Good. Keep talking. Advertise our names. That's what we want. You know what a commercial costs on his show?
Right.
Thanks for the free one, you big dick.
Supposedly he's been at it for 20 minutes, and he's mentioning our names a lot. It's perfect. He played into our hands, and you know what? There's going to be a lot of little battles between us and him, and guess what? We win this one. Trust me. Big time. We ruined his 2-week vacation, and we took over his spot in Syracuse and possibly some other markets in the very, very near future. So who won and who lost this thing?
Howard's trying to play it off as a joke, like he's not being hurt. Yeah, that's how Howard plays everything off. On the air, he's a big pussy, and then behind the scenes, he's losing his mind, and we love it. Behind the scenes, when we used to do stuff that would piss him off, he'd run to the boss, crying to have them shut us up, take us off the air, fire us, fire our boss. So this is a pleasure for us, because we know that on the air he could go, yeah, they're over there, but it doesn't bother me. And behind the scenes, he's losing his mind. Losing his mind. And we love it. Who said that what Fareed is doing is illegal? What's illegal? You sit there bad-mouthing everyone and you expect them to just sit there and lap at your ass? No. They're going to pull you off the air. They'll take your listener base that you have now and make it less before you go to satellite, and they'll chew your show apart. So it's not as good as it used to be, which it isn't. And they'll just keep chewing it apart, so that by the time he goes to satellite, his listeners will be disgusted. This is their strategy. This is what radio wants to do. They don't want to send a successful Howard Stern over to satellite radio. So they will do what they have to do to dismantle his show before he leaves. And he'll sit there and take it because he's a pussy.
And his daughter has really nice tits.
Big, luscious.
Juicy ones.
A little bit of a fat back on her, but...
Well, she's going to be fat in a couple of years, but right now she's really sexy with really big boobs.
Grab those.
Very sexy, those big Jewish boobs, Anthony. Oh. We ruined his vacation. I know for a fact. We still have a lot of spies at the company. We absolutely ruined his 2 weeks off. He could downplay and say whatever he wants, but he played right into our hands again. A 20-minute commercial for Opie and Anthony. Simple as that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Because you know what? We've been bitching to XM. Look, we don't, there's still a lot of our old listeners in the New York area and in Boston and Philly and Washington and everywhere else we were on that still doesn't know we're doing the XM Satellite Radio Show. Guess what? Because of Howie today, a lot more people are going to find out about us on XM Satellite Radio, and you watch our subs go up this week.
That's it.
You played right into our hands again because we're smarter than you. You know that now.
John from D.C., I was listening to an old Stern show from 95, and he kept saying, "This is my last year in radio." Remember that? Do people have to have Alzheimer's to not know this, to not remember that he said all this stuff? Ugh, what a phony. What a fake fraud. What F words can I use? Something like that.
It's a perfect day for our show again today. Yeah. We've done good. All right, why don't we take a break here and continue with the program? We're in the latest issue of FHM Magazine, by the way. We'll get into that and other things on the way.
That's a very funny little thing.
It wasn't bad, right? It came across pretty good, I thought.
And I have a story I'd like to bring to the table after the break.
Oh. Is it a tease, or you want to tell us beforehand?
Hippo eats dwarf.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was a big story.
Real story.
Yeah, but first we got a Stephen Lynch song, and we'll continue.
I'll do this one for all the animal lovers since they like gerbil so much.
Uh-oh.
It's a sing-along, too, so everybody feel free to join in.
Follow the bouncing balls.
When the game of life makes you feel like quitting, it helps a lot if you kill a kitten. Mark my words, 'cause from where I'm sitting, you can't go wrong if you kill a kitten.
Look at those phones.
There's no crime that you'll be committing. I know the law. You can, everybody, kill a kitten. And if you need yarn for that scarf you're knitting, you'll get plenty when you kill a kitten. Feed it turpentine or break its spine. Crush it with your shoe as long as you kill a kitten. Kill a kitten. Listen up. If the one you love isn't quite as smitten, she'll like you better when you kill a kitten. And I'll quote the Bible, 'cause that's where it's written. If ye loveth Jesus, ye must kill a kitten. Throw him at a train, make him snort cocaine, drown him in a lake, bake a kitty cake, flush him down the can, hit him with your van, stick some TNT up his cat booty. Do what you must do as long as you kill a kitten. Kill a kitten. Kill a kitten. You got to kill a kitten. All right. Killing kittens isn't easy, and if the thought makes you feel queasy, grab a pitchfork from the shed and kill a puppy dog instead. Kill a kitten, you got to kill a kitten, a little furry kitten. You got to kill a kitten, you kill a mother. Got to kill him, son of a kill a little fucking tater, kill him in the 8675309. 8675309.
Stephen Lynch, everyone.
The very worst of the Opie and Anthony FU line.
I want to send a big fuck you out to Master Poe, who thinks he's fucking tough shit. Pretty easy to fucking beat up on somebody when they're standing still, you fucking retard. When you're stuck in a real-life situation, that shit would never happen. Fuck you, jerk-off. We'd like to send a big fuck you to the 5 miles of backed-up traffic at the Mexican border, and a double fuck you to all the Mexican vendors running around here trying to sell us cheap Mexican shit. Fuck you.
Yeah, I'd like to leave a big fuck you to Opie, Anthony, and Jim. I'm playing hockey this weekend, and I'm trying to concentrate. Guys are ripping shots at me as hard as they can, and what comes popping into my head? You got the touch! I had that fucking song in my head for the whole goddamn game. You have any idea how hard it is to concentrate with that shit in your head? But I guess it could have been worse. I could have been thinking about Mark Wahlberg's delicious cock.
Yes, I want to leave a humongous fuck you to Ben Sparks because he's a disgusting, fat, ugly piece of shit. You're not supposed to be able to tell how fat somebody is by listening to them over the radio. Your big, fat, ugly cheeks are getting in the way of your teeth and tongue and you can barely get the words out. You sound like you're going through asthma every time you talk. You fat, ugly fuck. Stay off the radio. I don't want to see your ugly face or hear your disgusting voice ever again. Fuck you.
Yeah, this is Jim at the Sinclair Corporation. I heard on the replay what you guys done with our CDs that we sent you. We were going to be advertising with you, but now fuck you.
Yeah, this is Craig, and I want to give a big fuck you to that fat fuck Jeff at the Verizon Wireless store in Montgomery County, Maryland. That cocksucker had me wait for 40 goddamn minutes to hook me up with some phone shit, and it turns out after 40 fucking minutes, the asshole was out of stock on the 2 goddamn phones he promised me he had. That son of a bitch. F you, Verizon. You suck. You and your monopoly. You suck. Fuck you, Joe, you piss-infected afterbirth of a Chinese gangbanger dick, donkey dick-sucking motherfucker. Have a nice day.
I want to send out a big fuck you to Pat Manning for taking out my Marina's fucking record. Fuck you.
Fuck you, ex-twat. Fuck you, and eat my grandmother. Fucking twat, bag, fuck, cunt, twat. Fuck you! Ah! You suck! Fuck you! Twat!
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line at 1-866-FU line 1. 1-866-FU line 1.
Well, fuck you very much.
Discover the secrets to better sex with your free Better Sex Kit. Better Sex is the world's best-selling sex education video series with over 4 million copies sold. These explicit, uncensored videos show you real couples demonstrating advanced erotic techniques, toys, games, fantasies, and much more. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free, no-obligation Better Sex Kit now. We'll mail your kit right away in a plain package. Your Better Sex Kit includes everything you need to spice up your love life. Call in the next 15 minutes and get a free erotic positions video, plus an exclusive bonus gift so sensual we can't mention it on the radio. Yours free for a small shipping and handling fee. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free Better Sex Kit. 1-800-371-6390. 1-800-371-6390.
Very Tuesday, oh yeah, baby! Pac-10 football is no joke. Pac-10 football! The Pac-10 today. It's Pac-10 football on XM Satellite Radio.
It's Monday, January the 3rd, 2005. I'm Ari Bykowski with your Pac-10 Today. The bowl matchups had some crazy drama. Now, how about that Sun Bowl? It was the Purdue Boilermakers taking on Arizona State Sun Devils. Now, this game was absolutely insane. It took 3.5 quarters for these two high-powered offenses to wake up. What entailed kept you at the end of your seat.
Keller to pass, full pressure, screen to Burgess with an escort to the 35-30, Rudy to the 25-20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Devils! Oh, Doctor! They'll run the ball, no fake, Orton throwing for the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown by tight end Charles Davis. Here's Keller, dumping it off the Burgess to the 20, 15, to the 10, 5, touchdown Devils! Rudy Burgess has done it again!
KTAR, KMVP Radio, and the Sun Devil Radio Network on the call. Arizona State wins the Sun Bowl by beating Purdue 27-23. Other Pac-10 teams that we know have played, we already have found out Oregon State, they won the Insight Bowl against Notre Dame last week. UCLA lost in dramatic fashion to Wyoming in their bowl appearance. Now, what about Cal? Many thought that they got the shaft from the Rose Bowl. The Golden Bears took on Texas Tech in the Holiday Bowl. Not a great performance by Cal. The Red Raiders stained the Golden Bears 45-31. One more Pac-10 team yet to play, and that's the number 1 ranked USC Trojans. The Trojans are preparing for their Tuesday night face-off against the 2nd ranked Oklahoma Sooners. That's in the Orange Bowl. The winner will be named national champion.
And that's the Pac-10 Today on XM Satellite Radio.
The world's first portable XM satellite radio.
The Delphi XM MiFi. The first satellite radio that goes where you go.
With its very own earbuds and rechargeable battery, you can listen to it just about anywhere.
The Delphi XM MiFi. It lets you store up to 5 hours of programming.
And it's effortless with no need to connect to the internet.
So wherever you are, you'll have the ultimate playlist.
Go to xmradio.com for more info.
Unleash the power of XM performance in your home. Enjoy the best radio experience from a component-style tuner that delivers XM's highest quality sound. Introducing the Polk XRT12 XM Reference Tuner, the world's first XM component tuner designed for your home stereo system. Plus, add it to your family plan. You can add up to 4 additional XM radios for only $6.99 a month per radio. Discover the full sonic potential of XM satellite radio in your home. Go to xmradio.com to learn more about the Polk Reference.
The Opie and Anthony Show, XM202.
You gonna fuck me right in the head. God damn, he didn't fuck me in the head. Yeah, I was the head you motherfucker. Yeah, fuck you son of a fucking fuck. He said, you goddamn motherfucker. Yeah, I know he said, fuck you.
Oh, that makes me laugh every time.
Exactly.
Every time. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony program. Jim Norton is very happy over there in the corner.
Yep.
Well, are you officially in a corner? Not really. It's kind of like an octagon studio, so you're kind of like in, I don't know.
It's on a side.
Yeah, you're in your little area over there. And you got an email that went to the entire company?
Yes, didn't go to me, but Ben brought it in, and there's a man named Dan Turner, who I don't believe I've met yet. But
Dan Turner rocks, by the way.
I want to give him a hug.
He's one of the good ones at XM.
Yeah.
One of the good ones.
I'd like to give him a nice hug.
He gets it big time.
Hug.
A hug. In a very friendly, hey, like the type of, this is the sound we make on each other's backs. Like a man's hug.
Right. Not like a Gene Simmons kicked you down the stairs and now he's hugging you to make you feel better.
Not like a look at me with your demon makeup and wipe my tears away, Gene. Look, no. Hug.
Of course.
This is just an email he sent out. It seems like everyone in the company, and I believe it was CC'd to some people in Sirius as well. It said, last week, by the way, if I ever use a term like CC'd again, throw hot soup in my fat face.
CC.
Corporate dullard I'm turning into. Last week, O&A had a good 17 minutes on how the folks with the Broadway channel were highly offended when using the O&A studio for a Broadway interview.
Yes.
It seems that there was some offense taken to some of the materials on display in the studio. That would be the naked girls.
Naked
and of course,
girls.
The old sign with shit dick.
Right.
Written on it. This is the exact reason why I had expressed concern about the studio request below, and it has an email below requesting the use of this studio. Yes, there are technical implications in using that studio, but moreover, that studio is dedicated to the purpose of the O&A show, and he has 3 dots, period.
Oh.
Effective immediately, that studio is off limits for any usage other than for the creation and support of the O&A show. I'm actually filling up reading this. Programming personnel are not to use this studio for other channel purposes, and no requests for the use of this studio will be accepted.
Don't even ask.
It's funny. It doesn't say, and some requests will be accepted, or occasionally a request will be accepted.
Right.
It says, and no requests for this usage will be accepted. Until such a time that we are able to expand or relocate the current New York studio operation, any requests for interviews, etc., will have to be accommodated through the existing multifunction studio, i.e. closet.
The closet with a microphone in it.
Yeah. It will have to be through the existing multifunction studio, or outside resources will have to be contracted. If there are any questions, please let me know. I won't have this happen again. Thanks, Dan. And he says if you want to write comments about the size of his bulge or anything, you can email him at ben.sparks@xmradio.com to talk about what you feel about Broadway and Broadway shows. And I got to tell you, this is the beauty. It's nice to see somebody in a corporation do this, because people are such babies in corporations. Anything can be misconstrued as a harassing atmosphere.
Yeah.
And they see some baby coming in here, and maybe there's a more explicit thing hanging on the wall, and they sue the company for sexual harassment.
Yeah.
So they've just said no one comes in.
And
Thank
they
you
were
very
the one
much.
asking if they could come in here and use the studio. They come in to use it, and they're offended by things on the wall. and then you got a lawsuit on your hands.
It's kind of scary. We get our way every time.
But
it's starting to get embarrassing.
But on things
it's
we're
really
right about.
starting to get embarrassing, though.
But you're right about it. If I would never walk in that other studio and hang up something inappropriate. To me, that's harassment, and that's inappropriate. I wouldn't do it.
But this is our house.
It is. I mean, granted, I was a scumbag when I walked in. I saw the Sinatra records, and I started making remarks about flinging them down the hallway.
Anthony and I
certainly did.
Like a jerk.
Anthony and I came up with something years ago. Basically, it says Opie and Anthony always win in the end.
Right.
Sometimes it takes some time, but in the end, we always win.
Yes.
We always win in the end.
It's disgusting.
We haven't lost yet.
But you were right.
Love it.
This is a case where you were completely right. Somebody walked into your living room, didn't appreciate what you had hanging in your own house, and wanted to complain about it.
If you walked into that closet studio because
Right.
you needed to use it for some reason,
Right.
and let's just say off the top of my head, there was a picture of a huge man's mule,
Right.
just hanging on the wall.
Right.
Would you all of a sudden start complaining to people around here?
I'd probably push a couple of the jackets that were hanging up in there over and cover it. No, I wouldn't care. Studio smells like mothballs. No, I could care less. I don't care what anybody does in their studio. I really don't. It's not my business. It has nothing to do with me, and it wouldn't offend me.
All right, there you go. There's the update. I mean, the show is a soap opera. There's all sorts of things always happening, and
we keep you updated.
And we keep you updated. That's the latest. We won that little battle.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
All right.
Dare I call him Dan the Man?
Ooh,
that's
very
something
nice.
I just thought up.
Very nice.
Could stick.
Let's go to Brian in Jersey. Brian, what's up?
Yo, I'm listening. I'm surprised you guys came to me. Howard's talking to, am I on the radio right now?
Yeah,
you certainly are.
Yo, Howard is bitching about you guys. He is seriously crying right now. This lady called up, and she said, yo, I'm sorry, I got to say goodbye, Howard. I was a faithful listener for 10 years, but you're off the radio. So Howard's still going on and on about you guys. They're trying to justify it. They're like, I didn't leave you high and dry for a year. They're talking about the guy, the Hindu guy, I think.
Fareed, yes.
Hindu guy,
yeah.
Jesus.
They're like, yeah, I didn't leave you high and dry. I don't understand why, I gave you a year notice. Why don't you just try and figure out in 06 what you want to replace me with? But they replaced me with Opie and Anthony. And then he's trying to justify saying how having you guys on the radio is just going to make their listeners want to hear Howard more. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, because that's exactly what happened in New York when we built our own audience in his backyard. Trust me, he is livid that Fareed decided to replace us. I'm messing up like you. Replace him with us in Syracuse. You know?
The guy doesn't have a clue. He thinks he could crap on Fareed and crap on Citadel and sit there and they're going to do nothing. They're going to still kiss his ass and play his show. Sorry, Howie. It doesn't work that way. You crapped on too many people, and now they're telling you to go F off. And that's how it works. Bye-bye.
This is pretty much payback for calling Fareed a terrorist. Remember that one, Howard?
That was a good one.
That's great. When everyone was scared about the whole 9/11 attacks and this and that, you were so preoccupied with yourself that you're calling your boss a terrorist because he wouldn't shut Anthony and I up. Remember that one?
It's not 1987 anymore, Howard. Bye-bye. Remember the old days when you wouldn't even dream of letting Howard go? It was the old days. It's not the old days anymore.
Doesn't matter anymore.
You can't crap on these people and they're just going to sit there and take it. It's not how it works anymore. So now they yank you off the air, and you deal with it. So when you go to satellite, whenever that is, you'll have no listeners left because they won't have heard you for a year. They move on, people. They tend to move on.
He played right into our hands again.
Good.
Once again, he played right into our hands.
Goody good.
We have about a tenth of his listeners right now because we know where we're starting over and we're building every day, and eventually we'll be on top again because we always win in the end. You'll see. Yep. And so, he has 10 times the audience right now, and he's mentioning our names. Opie and Anthony, Opie and Anthony, Opie and Anthony, Opie and Anthony.
Nice commercial.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commercial.
See, we keep poking and poking and poking until you have to acknowledge us.
Yeah. You really are nudges.
we are the worst.
Just to have to come back from vacation and deal with you two again.
He didn't even have a vacation. The first day on vacation, he had to get that call from one of his minions saying that, guess what happened? Opie and Anthony are now being heard in Syracuse instead of you. his vacation was ruined. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Oh, well.
Let's go to Ricky in Yonkers. Ricky, what's up?
Hey, yo, hey, what's up?
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Hey, I just tuned into Howard the moment the caller called in and said he was talking about it.
Yeah.
And he just said, oh, I'm going to be the bigger man and not say the story. I'm just going to let this be, but, you know, you can figure it out.
Yeah, trust me, I mean, just listen to all the fake laughter around him and stuff. He's livid. He's pissed off. He doesn't know what to do about it. And honestly, he can't do anything about it.
Not at all.
And it's going to happen in a lot more of his markets across America. This is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. You'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun. Have fun, Howie.
Yeah. Why don't you just tell the story about what happened the day before you signed that big, huge 5-year deal, which is about 4 years ago now, Anthony, matter of fact.
That was a while ago.
It was about 4 years ago.
Ouch.
You want to be honest with your listeners? Someone call up Howard right now. Yeah, he'll put you right on the air.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Howard, you know about 4 years ago when you signed that 5-year contract and Mel Karmazin was on the show with you in the morning and you guys were all celebrating. You might have even been drinking a little champagne. You were going to be with the company another 5 years.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell your listeners how many hours you slept that night?
Ooh,
and why you didn't sleep?
Probably not many. That'd be a nice story.
Yeah, we know it was St. Vincent's Hospital. And
Be a
Ben,
nice
relax.
story. Could talk about what a great dad you are.
Ben was right outside. That was when hey, Ben's the king. He knows how to get things done.
Ben is everywhere.
He is everywhere.
Dude, you're not going to believe where I am. I'll never forget the call.
Saw his forerunner going around the
I was
corner
at the
with his assistant driving around the corner.
I was at the Park Central Hotel, and I get a phone call from this freaking nutcase in the middle of the night. You're not going to believe where I am with my tiny cell phone.
Unbelievable.
You know how Yoko knew that John got shot? She heard him outside going, dude, who's copying Catcher in the Rye?
We make fun of Ben, but, half the stuff he comes up with is true. Even more than half.
He's the
like,
Inquirer.
yeah.
That's what
He
Ben
really
is. He's the Inquirer with a retard lump in the front. He sounds ridiculous, but he has got about a 75 to 80% batting average, which is phenomenal.
So now they're saying we are on in Harrisburg. When were they going to tell us? Mark in Jersey, what's up?
Hey, you guys are on in Harrisburg.
How do you know?
I just had one of our other drivers. I just called him and I told him to tune in, and he said you guys are on and Howard's off.
In Harrisburg now. So it's growing in front of our eyes. I know it's definitely Syracuse. Now to Harrisburg?
Yes,
when was
sir.
Fareed going to call us and tell us that he added Harrisburg to this little experiment?
I don't know.
Are you sure he's not just listening to his XM, sir?
No, he doesn't even have that.
Oh, okay, that'd be awful. You're on in Florida. My God, you're on in Poughkeepsie. Oh.
Tell that ass to get it.
And where the hell is Harrisburg? Does anyone know?
It's the capital of Pennsylvania, Opie.
Yeah, but where is it?
Somewhere in Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
Yeah, guys, I got to punch out. I'm at the toll of the Lincoln Tunnel, and a cop's giving me a dirty look.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Let's go to Rob on Long Island. Rob, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
How you doing, sweethead?
How you doing, Rob? Thanks for calling the program. Hope you had a happy, safe New Year.
There, Jimmy. Yeah, I keep flipping back and forth to Howard, to you guys, to hear what's going on. And there's been a few callers that have been calling Howard from all across the country, and they've all been saying that they're hearing you instead of hearing him.
Well,
so it's like I think Fareed's got you in like at least 4 or 5 different markets. I think a guy from Michigan called saying that he's like, yeah, Howard, I miss you so much.
I really don't know. We'll get to the bottom of it after the show.
Oh, and then.
But
I
guess we're on in Syracuse today, and maybe Harrisburg, and possibly other cities to follow. Anthony, right?
I heard Fareed hurt his back. By the way, I heard he was carrying one of his own wine gifts.
Nice Christmas present.
Yeah, thanks, Fareed. Jesus,
tanker of wine.
Yeah, thanks for the gift. Oh.
Didn't even have time to wrap it. We had that secret meeting with Fareed, and it was right around the holidays. And, and we haven't talked to the guy in a while because he was bad-mouthing us in the press. But hey, now we're all friends again.
It's like WWF.
This business stinks.
WWE.
And don't be confused. This business stinks.
Yeah.
You know, you think you make friends, and then next thing you know, you get fired, and your friends stop calling, and then you make new friends.
Then you're enemies.
Then you make friends with the enemies.
Up until you need something from one of the enemies, and then you're friends again.
So I think technically Fareed was an enemy there for a while. When we first signed with Satellite Radio, he was bad-mouthing us in the press a little bit, which I took him to task on when we had our little meeting. And then now he needs us because, you know, he's sick of Howard and Howard's BS, so he calls us. He knows that we're the ones that get under Howard's skin, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
So we're having this meeting, and it's around Christmas time. He's like, oh, my God. So he quickly left the conference room in the middle of this huge top-secret meeting and comes back with these cases of wine that he didn't have time to wrap. Obviously, he was sending these to all his people all over the country that run radio stations for him.
Mine said Merry Christmas Howard on it. It was scratched out. So I was even replacing him as the person to give a gift to.
And then he comes walking in with these 3 cases of wine that weighed at least 50 pounds each, and then these makeshift cards where he kind of just quickly wrote, you know, Happy Holidays for He didn't even write like Opie or Anthony or Jim Norton.
It was the stamp.
Right.
It's just stamping Merry Christmas, Fareed.
And I got to tell you that Judy's the other woman who works there, right? Her name's Judy?
Yeah,
and her
Judy.
assistant was so hot.
Oh, when she came peeking in at one point, I didn't
she
know if
helped
you
me
were
make
in
coffee.
there. But yeah, she peeked in and said, "Anyone need coffee?"
Oh, she
And
helped me
just
make it.
A stunning girl.
Oh, she's lovely.
Peeked in.
That's what I took out of that whole meeting: a backache and a hot chick.
I know. We're like, could you repeat that? We were too busy looking at your hot assistant.
Oh, she's a fantastic
We are the
girl.
worst.
And we looked like 3 retards carrying those boxes out.
Yeah.
Those big, heavy wine boxes.
Yeah, we couldn't. What are you going to do? You know, you can't just leave it there. Someone will trip over it and kill themselves.
Yeah.
You know, the authorities will think it's a bomb if you leave it in the street. They'll have to close off the road and, you know.
How close were we to piling the boxes up right next to the elevator?
If we had any balls, that's what we would have done. And he would have called him. What happened? And we just would have laughed. But we're just you know.
Because they would have been left there until Fareed came out to use the elevator. He would have looked and went, "Wait a minute, that's the same wine." Oh, those bastards!
Yeah, just 3 big wine boxes.
Now that I think about it, we really did wimp out. We should have left him right at the elevator.
No, we were there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Having to like lean to one side and grab it with one arm to shake his hand. Bye. Looking all stupid.
You put it in the taxi. It was like the opening of the Flintstones when they put that stupid
the ribs on the side and the car tips over.
Yeah. One bottle would have been nice.
Yeah, one bottle.
Case. I mean, what are we doing with a case of awful white wine?
A case. Have you been drinking it?
No, the stuff stinks. It's
Yeah,
awful.
I drank a little bit
We
of
got
it.
it in bulk.
I got such a hangover the next day from drinking some of that stuff.
Hey.
I don't want to say it was garbage, but I saw toenails in the glass after I poured it. Get it?
Let's go to Ron in California. Ron, what's up?
Hey, guys, morning.
Morning.
Jimmy.
Morning.
Hi, Ron.
Hey, I just want to let you guys know you are Howard Stern's tsunami.
We have been for many, many years.
Just
Many
wiping
years.
him out. He is just sniveling this morning.
Oh,
Just
he hates
crying.
us, and we love it.
Many years. See, because we don't take this radio thing seriously in the end, you know? We know how to get under people's skin. We know how to make ourselves bigger. And once again, it worked like a charm. Howard's doing a huge O&A commercial today. Huge O&A commercial. We have maybe the 10th of the audience that he has right now. We need people to know about us.
Of course.
That's what you do in radio. You get guys that have, I was going to say bigger, but that's really not true, but guys that have a bigger audience than you to talk about you. And guess what happens? That makes you bigger. It's the oldest trick in radio. One more, and then we move on. Tim in Orlando. What's up, Tim?
Hey, man. I just turned on 105.9 to listen to see what Stern was saying.
Yeah.
He's calling y'all the Earl and Opie show. What the fuck is that?
The Earl and Opie show.
Yeah. That's what he was calling it just a few minutes ago when he was talking about
I don't know
y'all.
what that means.
What the hell does that mean?
I have no damn clue. I couldn't figure that one out neither. But he was talking about some damn raghead taking him off the radio and putting the Earl and Opie show on.
The Earl and Opie show.
Yeah.
Hey, that's pretty creative.
Good stuff.
Very clever, Howard.
Hey, man, I got to tell y'all guys, y'all are number one. I really like the show, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, man.
All right. The Earl and Opie show. Ben in Reno. What's up, Ben? Ben?
Yes.
Ben?
Ben?
Wait, he's snoring.
Wait,
Jesus.
hold on.
He fell asleep. We get this time to time.
Time to time every morning.
It's very early.
It's very disheartening. Our own executive producer kind of yawns during the show, and our callers fall asleep.
And the caller's name is
We
Ben.
stink.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just get out of this business. Listen to this guy.
It's very early in some parts of the country when we come on, and people are on hold for a little while. Perhaps he's laying in bed.
Yeah.
Something caught his fancy he wanted to comment on. He called up, and he's all comfy
Why
in
do we even
bed.
bother doing a radio show if half our listeners can't even stay awake for it?
We are awful.
We are the worst.
We're trying to make people laugh. We have the effect of Tylenol PM. We stink.
This is just
There it
awful. Listen. This is our listeners.
There he is. Opie and Anthony Show. Do not exceed recommended dosage.
All right. Well, this guy's been on. He's been on hold a half hour already. Well, let's wreck his phone bill today. We'll just keep him right there.
Oh, we truly are NyQuil. Look at that.
Lunchbox, what's up, Lunchbox?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, just wanted to let you guys know you guys are going to that CES show over there in Vegas.
Yeah.
Consumer Electronics Show, yes, in Vegas.
Yeah, and I used to work for a car stereo company back in the day, and when I went to that show, the lower level is a porn convention.
Oh no, we know that.
AVN, dude.
Yeah, we know. That's what's so weird. It's a bunch of geeks and a bunch of porn stars in the same place at the same time.
I thought Jimmy Norton would like that.
Oh, dude, I love the AVN. I made some good friends there, and I can't wait to go to the expo and see some of my friends.
Tag teamed a girl with Ron Jeremy.
I did tag team a girl with Ron Jeremy. I'd love to. He told me I had a nice piece. Ron's a good guy.
All right.
Thank you. You guys rock, and I appreciate it.
Thanks,
All right.
man.
Well, we got to take a quick break here. We got to get into the thing in
Hippo Eats Dwarf?
Oh yeah, we.
Oh no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
We didn't get to Hippo Eats Dwarf.
No, FHM is better anyway.
No, we're gonna do both, and then
Dean Edwards is coming
Anthony
in.
and I, one of our fine radio stories made this month's issue of FHM magazine with Terry Hatcher on the cover. We're in that issue, the February issue. It looks like February 2005 issue.
Terry Hatcher looks pretty good on that cover.
Pretty good. She looks
they have
really good.
The whole spread of her in there. I love how they call it a spread.
I'm not sure.
Is it? It should be if she's on the cover.
We'll have to.
I want to look at.
We'll have to take a peek through the whole magazine and see.
Yeah.
So we got lots of show to do, and we'll continue.
For 7 cents a day, you can get Opie and Anthony. Or feed this little kid with the flies on his face. But you want to laugh, don't you? You don't want to be depressed watching starving children. So turn them off and turn on Opie and Anthony.
And we'll send you a photo of the child you're helping in the outfit of your choice.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Why not try XM Radio online for free? You have nothing to lose, except for missing out on XM's 100% commercial-free music channels online. Add to your existing XM account for only $3.99 a month. Sign up for your 3-day trial of XM Radio online at listen.xmradio.com. Know a friend who hasn't heard XM yet? You can send them to listen.xmradio.com for their 3 free days of XM Radio online.
We've made it even easier for you to give XM. Share the XM experience with your friends and family, especially with XM Service gift cards. It's a convenient and flexible way to give XM service. And you can order gift cards, XM radios, accessories, and gear at the XM Radio online store. Check out XM's new online store at xmradio.com. It's not just for you. Add up to 4 additional XM radios for only $6.99 a month per radio with XM Family Plan. XM in your new car, a complete Sky-Fi 2, a portable MiFi. Get XM wherever you go. And with all of your XM radios, save with XM Family Plan. Certain restrictions apply. Go to familyplan.xmradio.com for more information.
Oh, shit! It's an Opie and Anthony Wow Sticker Stop. This Wednesday, January 5th, get to the Sunrise Mall parking lot in Citrus Heights, California, and pick up your Wow Sticker.
Whoa, those aren't real. Yes, they are.
The Sunrise Mall parking lot near the Elephant Bar Restaurant on Sunrise Boulevard. Detailed map on opieandanthony.com.
I'm getting an erection as we speak.
Once again, here is how it should sound.
The Wow Sticker Stop. Brought to you by your pals at the Opie and Anthony Show.
the stories,
Down the left field line. Is it enough? Gone! There it is! 62!
the memories,
Unbelievable! A home run for Gibson. And the Dodgers have won the game 5-4. I don't believe what I just saw.
the magic. The passion is renewed this February as spring training opens for the 2005 season. The hopes and dreams of 30 major league teams are told on XM satellite radio like never before.
And he takes a shot at it. There it goes. And he's out of here.
Hear every play, every team, from spring training to the World Series. Hear your hometown team wherever you are. Hear it on XM Satellite Radio, the official satellite network service of Major League Baseball. It's radio to the power of X, all included as part of your basic monthly service plan.
Who wrote this script?
It's the O&A virus. XM 202. XM News, talk, sports, and information. It's everything all the time.
XM 202.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony program, the O&A virus spreading across America. Thanks to Howard Stern today, Anthony. Thanks to Howard Stern, the virus continues to spread across America. And we couldn't be happier today. All right, what do you want to do first? We got the FHM thing. We got the hippo story. We got the hot dog hooker story.
Oh,
what's wrong, Anthony?
I guess Matt from Jersey reporting in.
Yeah.
That Artie Lang, I guess, is getting in, piling on. Thought it would be funny to start putting any name and Anthony as a joke, and they also called you Dopey and Anthony.
Oh, the famous Dopey thing.
Oh my God, how many? Oh.
Well, you know what? I met Artie for the first.
Let's call him How Weird. How Weird Stern. Oh, right? Come on, that's funny. And I bet he's never heard it.
Yeah. Everyone is. There's just a bunch of phonies in this business in general. Because only recently I was at the Brooklyn Diner with old Jimmy Norton and a few other people after the show, and I met Artie for the first time, Anthony, and he was nothing but nice and said nothing but nice things
good soldier.
About myself and you.
That's all he's being.
He's a good soldier. There you go. But, when we met face-to-face, he was just a really cool guy and very, very nice. So.
He knows which side his bread is buttered on.
Buttered?
His bread is buttered, is it?
Bread is burgered on. What a dick. God, I'm so friggin' tired.
I'm tired, too.
I totally screwed up again this weekend. We had the long weekend, so a lot of sleeping, a lot of late sleeping. Then you try to wake up early. That doesn't work. And then last night, it's midnight, and I'm just going, please go to sleep.
Right, just let me sleep for a couple hours.
You start weeping to yourself. You
start
go to sleep.
You start negotiating with yourself. It's like, come on, I'll be good. I'll be good. Just give me 2 hours sleep.
And I'm waking up at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
Just watching the clock, right, over and over again.
4 o'clock rolls around. You got to get out of bed.
All right, little Jimmy, what do you got over there?
Hippo eats dwarf.
Stop it.
I saw this. I had to just bring it in.
Oh, hold on, because I'm distracted about this.
Oh, hold on.
I want to know why Earl and Anthony. I don't get it. Ray, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just want to clear up the Earl and Anthony thing.
All right.
Some caller called in and told him that they dropped his show, so they replaced him with some guy named Earl.
Right.
So to avoid actually mentioning you guys, but to try and take a shot at you, he called you Earl and Anthony. It's retarded.
Huh. Oh, got ya.
All right. Well.
I just want to give a shout out from the NEW days. My boy Sean came for your Jackass contest and won the $500 from BetYouWill.com. I was there with him.
Okay, no one cares, but thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, bye.
Later, bros.
Wow, man, Sirius is just so lucky to get Howie, huh? With this this clever banter that he comes up with after 2 weeks off. Yes, Jimmy.
Hippo eats dwarf.
All right, let's go.
In Bangkok. This is a true story, gang.
In Bangkok, huh?
Yeah.
And what paper is this out of?
It was actually off a line like AOL or something like that.
Oh, then it's got to be true.
A hippopotamus swallowed a circus dwarf in a freak accident in northern Thailand, according to a columnist in the Pattaya Mail, probably some savage newspaper.
Of course.
The Grapevine column reported a circus dwarf nicknamed Ode, O-D, died recently when he bounced sideways from a trampoline and was swallowed by a yawning hippopotamus. Oh, that might not be true. Waiting to appear in the next act. Someone just yawning in a studio and a little midget flew into his mouth, but it wasn't a midget, it was just a lump in the front of his jeans.
See, Ben, it could be dangerous to yawn. Might have a midget fly into your mouth.
Vets said Hilda the hippo had a gag reflex which caused her to swallow. More than 1,000 spectators continued to applaud wildly until they realized there had been a tragic mistake. What was the tragic mistake? That more midgets weren't loaded onto that thing to bounce into the yawning hippo mouth?
I'd pay to see that.
So would I. There's one little family photograph, embarrassment swallowed.
Are you buying that story?
I cannot buy that story.
I don't remember. I did get it off of line. I could have been fake. As I was reading it...
Is it from the Weekly World News?
Dude, as I was reading it, I didn't read... I only kind of read the headline, because that's about as much show prep as I do.
Right.
And I saw Bangkok, and I'm like, funny word. Email to Ben. But it said here, he died recently when he bounced sideways from a trampoline into a yawning hippo mouth.
Yeah, now...
The odds of that got to be 3-1.
3-1.
If he's just taking a little midget swim or something, and a hippo came up and ate him, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But to bounce into his mouth off a little trampoline.
While the hippo's yawning, apparently listening to this program.
Everything has to be just perfect for that to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to have, our show on in the background to cause the hippo to yawn. You're right.
I read a similar story in Sweden where the midget fell into his mouth when the hippo was yodeling.
You're even turning red on that one.
Wow.
You do have a really good batting average today, though.
I don't mind. I just, as it came out, I actually...
That was just a little dribbler down the first baseline there.
No, not only was it not a dribbler, it bounced off the plate and hit me in the knuckle. Because here's why that one stunk so bad. Because I had high hopes for it.
Oh.
And as I was firing it out, I'm anticipating the laugh, so I'm figuring in the ensuing laughter, I'll have time to think of other countries where I can put in funny things the hippo could be doing. Nope.
No.
No, sir. Whew. The hippo was yodeling.
Yodeling.
Was he?
The hippo was yodeling.
All right, Anthony. Well, we're in the latest issue of FHM magazine. Terry Hatcher's on the cover. It's the February issue if you're looking for it on newsstands.
Yes.
And I don't know. Anthony and I have been doing radio for about 10 years together now, and we have a lot of funny stories that have happened to us, obviously. And there's a lot of interest on possibly writing a book or something, and we're still trying to figure that all out. And I don't know, from time to time, these magazines ask us for a story, and these are all very, very true stories of things that we've done in the past. And we're in the section True Story of the Month.
True Story of the Month.
To get an appropriate true story for this comedy issue, FHM went to the one duo whose every waking moment is either an embarrassing tale or a ridiculous anecdote. Opie and Anthony, XM Satellite.
Anecdote.
What?
Anecdote?
Anecdote,
No,
yeah.
anecdote. Anecdote's right.
Anecdote.
So take an antidote.
We all know I have lazy mouth in the morning. Opie and Anthony, XM Satellite Radio's weekday morning hooligans.
We just point them out because it keeps the instant feedback from being tied up for an hour with people bragging.
Yeah.
So weird though, man. Like 2 p.m, I speak perfectly.
Oh,
You don't like C's in the morning.
No, I don't actually.
Like them in the afternoon, I'll bet.
All right, so the story they illustrated this one, Anthony. They gave us a whole
they
page,
did. We're
and
in
they
cartoons again.
They did a great job illustrating this. Can we throw this up on our website, or does FHM want people to actually buy the magazine just to read this little story?
We should scan it.
Yeah?
I'm sure we have a scanner around here with the printer and everything. Look at everyone shaking their head. No, of course we don't.
Maybe Steve could just videotape it while you're holding it and put it up online somehow.
Like a hostage with a newspaper, the date on it.
Let's go to Matt in Jersey. He's going to call you out on your story, by the way. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a complete moron. This is a 1999 Darwin Award.
Yeah, is it also the, I thought Jim was going to break out the jet engine on the roof of the car story, too.
Oh, dude, all right, what is it? Someone might have emailed. I don't remember how I got my greedy little mitts on. What is it?
According to this, it was originally on the National Enquirer in 1982 as Dog Communicates with the Dead. so you're just a moron.
Wait, it was in that issue?
You're a moron.
All right, I know that, dude, but explain to me why.
You're bringing in.
He's just calling you a moron.
And you're bringing in fake news stories for this program.
I didn't realize it was program. I didn't realize it.
You Dan Rather? What the hell are you doing?
I insist.
You haven't checked your sources?
Well, as I was reading it, I realized the little fella hit the trampoline wrong and went into the yawning mouth. Then I kind of, as I was reading it, I realized
it's an old Inquirer story from the 80s.
But look, I don't deny. I don't realize.
We appreciate that you're starting to bring material to the show, but
I brought some audio. I brought two different specials. I watched last night. Audio.
That's the type of thing morning shows in like Des Moines, Iowa do.
Well, the
wacky Darwin Awards story.
But I really did think it was legit.
Another winner of the Darwin Awards. Did I tell you about the guy that used a .22 bullet as a fuse in his truck? See, his fuse blew out for his headlights, but he was driving home, and he didn't have another fuse. What he did have was ammunition for his .22 caliber rifle. What he did was he stuck that shell into the fuse hole, and the headlights came on. But the short was still there that blew the fuse. So in time, the bullet heated up and shot him right in his testicles.
I actually have more respect for that story than I do for Randy Johnson's signs with Yankees. I prefer a shot-in-the-bag story.
Did you hear the other story? It's similar to that. The guy got shot in his bag. It went through his yam bag and hit a girl in the abdomen.
Yeah.
And nicked her ovary.
Yeah.
And she wound up getting pregnant.
Shut
from the gunshot. And that
that story.
And that is where the saying, "He's a son of a gun," came from.
Someone find that story.
I just read that over the weekend as some news story that was like, this is totally false. This did not happen. It dates back to like the Civil War. They're just these like rumors that
well, one
pop
of our
up.
listeners that is good at research, find that story for us.
You can find it on Snopes.
Snopes, okay.
Snopes.com, which dispels everything. Whenever I get an email, of course not one from XM because I never get any from XM, but whenever I get an email, and it's one of those news stories that are just like, wait a minute, this can't be true. I go to Snopes.com, and then you pop it in the search engine, and it comes up true or false or inconclusive or something like that. But so many people email you this crap, and, no, dude, it's the truth. Check this out. Like that, what was one that some idiot told me, God, it was like minutes ago. Oh, a hippopotamus and a midget was on a trampoline.
I really am an ass.
Oh, wow. Let's go to Ryan and
But
Jersey.
I really thought it was real. That's why I would never bring in a wacky story.
Of course you
Jimmy, before we begin, I want to thank you for bringing 40 minutes of material to the program today. You might say 40. That story only took 2 minutes to read. Oh, no. Thanks for the 40 minutes of radio you're about to give us. Ryan in Jersey. Yes, Ryan.
Guys, how are you?
Pretty good.
Hey, Cupcake, how are you today?
I've been better, Ryan.
I wanted to know if you heard anything new about the Bat Boy they found in that cave in New York.
Bat Boy.
Oh, right.
Punching out.
Jimmy was so excited.
Oh, I'm a gullible tart.
Listen to the replay. He brings it up that he has this great story about 3 or 4 times.
Oh, I know. He
got to get to what
wanted
I
it.
brought to the program today.
Dude, I was just so happy that a midget had been eaten.
Dwarf. There's a difference.
Whatever it is, it's just something that comes out half the time a regular baby does. I was just happy that something of that height had died tragically.
Right.
I did not go over the story with a fine-tooth comb, as they say, or in Ben's case, a fine-tooth firecracker.
Do you know Jimmy loves taking celebrity pictures? We know that.
Yes.
Do you know he actually took the picture of Clinton with the alien?
Oh, yeah? That
was
you?
on the cover of the Weekly World News so many years ago. Jimmy Norton credited with that photo.
I am a gullible fool.
Anthony, is this it?
Let me see. Claimed during the Civil War a woman was impregnated by sperm carried on a bullet that passed through the scrotum of a soldier and penetrated her ovaries. Status is false. The origin sometimes touted as the origin of the phrase "son of a gun." The tale of the bullet through the balls is well-traveled legend, often reported by such infamous urban legend vectors as Dear Abby. Yeah, she's been fooled by a lot of urban legend over the years. Here's the story. It seemed that during the Civil War, May 12th, 1863 to be exact, a young Virginia farm girl was standing on her front porch while a battle was raging nearby. A stray bullet first passed through the scrotum of a young Union cavalryman,
then lodged in the reproductive tract of the young woman, who thus became pregnant by a man she had not been within 100 feet of. And 9 months later, she gave birth to a healthy baby. The story, in fact, is completely false.
Yep.
The claim for this miraculous bullet pregnancy originated the American Medical Weekly on November 7th, 1874. So it's had some legs over the years. Some of these stories go way back, but it is false. Can someone put the hippo story into Snopes? See if it comes up?
Well, do you know how they knew that was false? Because after the guy got shot through the scrotum, there's video of him actually holding his hat and not letting it go. And then it went through the scrotum.
Right.
And this magic bullet.
Where's Snopes? There it is.
Oh, you almost gave me the crickets? I might have deserved them, but that was kind of...
No, that was a good reference.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad... It was kind of a magic bullet.
I was on the
theory.
fence.
I could have
My
said
finger
that...
was on the cricket button.
I could have said the one bullet missed and hit General Grant. A little chip hit him in the face, but I didn't. Because that would have been a James Tate comparison. Glad your brother and 3 other people are probably enjoying that.
I know, my brother.
Weird JFK reference. Got the right ta-ta, but the wrong ho-ho.
All right. Here is a story.
All right.
Let me see. Back.
Urban
Urban legend. Miscellaneous newspaper. An Australian circus dwarf died recently when he bounced sideways from a trampoline and was swallowed by a hippopotamus.
That was yawning.
Oh, come on. That's great. Oh, my goodness. Stop it. That is it's being reported as an Australian dwarf, though. Where was yours from?
Thailand.
Thailand. The locations change, things happen, but
the ass remains the same when he brings it in. What a
people
fool
watched as little Franz Dash popped into the mouth of Hilda the hippo. Was it Hilda?
Yeah, it was Hilda.
And the animal's gag reflex forced it to swallow. The crowd applauded. Yeah, well, there you go.
Well, so they're saying it's false.
Of course it's false.
Well, this guy's saying it's true. Jim in Tennessee.
Come on.
Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, Mythbusters did a thing on that about a month ago.
I love Mythbusters, by the way. It's 2 guys that try to bust or prove the urban legends that are around.
They've been measuring black penises for 4 years. Trying to find one to break that myth.
Again, this myth is true.
Some dumbass actually used a .22 bullet as a fuse, and it did go off, but all it did was hit him in the leg. It didn't.
It did not. It's an urban legend.
I'm telling you, they had their crash dummy set up, and it hit him in the leg. Okay,
in
Mythbusters.
In Mythbusters.
The other story that's been reported as true over the years is the one we just mentioned about a week or 2 ago, the whole match and the gerbil.
Right, the gerbil where the 2 gay guys were having sex, and one put a gerbil where the sun don't shine there. And how
does the story start? In retrospect, lighting
the match wasn't a good idea. They were in the hospital, and he was kind of reflecting on what had happened.
One guy had a burnt face, and the other guy had
and a broken nose,
burnt bunghole,
and the other guy had a burnt bunghole. Yeah, burnt balloon knot. And it turns out they had put a gerbil in there with a string to get him out. The string fell off. They couldn't get the gerbil out. So one guy was lighting a match and kind of looking inside to try to find the gerbil so he could pick him out.
Let's pick this. Why would you light the match to see? You know where the gerbil is.
Well, Opie, in retrospect, lighting the match wasn't a good idea.
All right, that's where he was a dumbass.
Maybe he should have used a little mag light or something.
But you know where it is. It's not
right
like
up there. You don't need a match. Just dig in and try to pull him out.
There you go.
I understand completely. But he lit the match, and the buildup of methane gas shot the mouse out, the gerbil out like a cannon, and it hit him in the face, breaking his nose.
Oh, the guy had a broken nose. That's right, broken nose. And the other guy had the
face.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's an urban legend. But here I am also on Snopes looking at the a pair of Arkansas rednecks are injured using .22 caliber shell in place of a burnt-out automobile fuse. False. Just never happened. Whether it was proven on that TV show that it could happen or not is one thing, but we're talking about things that have happened.
Exactly.
We interrupt this program to bring you the Ozone Midget sighting of the day.
Oh, look at this. Is it on a trampoline?
Ken in Houston.
Hilda the hippo?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Ken?
Hey, I was getting up Sunday morning, turned on the TV, and saw an infomercial that the hosts were 2 identical twin midgets.
Oh, the real estate guys.
Yep. Oh, I love those guys.
I'm going to teach you how to make a fortune in real estate.
You little freak.
It was like cashflowgenerator.com, something stupid like that. It was ridiculous because they had their little business suits on, and the no neck looked like the suit was trying to swallow their head.
Their little business. Were they sitting on those stools with their feet sticking straight out? So
Yeah.
you to see the soles of their shoes on television?
That's exactly what it was. And then standing around the pool.
Embarrassing little physique.
Yeah, little miniature atrocities.
That's it, guys. I'm punching out.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Bye. There he goes. There's Ken in Houston. I don't know. That was okay.
Meanwhile, back at the show.
Yeah, that isn't really a midget sighting. That's a midget viewing.
And I'm surprised that they're still running those infomercials. That was
Yeah.
about 10.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
10 years ago.
Of course,
or
those
so.
guys have money. They buy their little teeny suits. How much could a little suit like that cost in the child's confirmation section?
Got to be a third of the price of a regular suit.
All right, so we're in FHM magazine, the latest
yeah.
issue, the February issue with Terry Hatcher on the cover, and we tell one of our stories, true story of the month, and it's illustrated. They gave us a whole page. It was our little Thanksgiving thing we did.
This bit, by the way, it definitely bordered on the wacky.
You think?
You know?
Well,
yeah, it's one of those kind of. It sounds like a radio type gag, you know.
yeah, but I don't think I don't know. It didn't turn out as a wacky bit.
No, it certainly didn't. That's why it went horribly wrong.
There were cops involved and everything.
Horribly wrong.
Horribly wrong. Well, basically, I mean, you got to pick up the magazine just to see the illustrations. They're pretty funny. But basically, this is what happened. It says Opie. In November 1997, we had this competition where we were going to let 50 turkeys loose in a field, and listeners would get a chance to catch one.
Thanksgiving is coming around, the holidays, so we figured we'd have a contest. It was called Catch Your Own Turkey.
Catch Your Own Turkey. We're thinking, let's go back to the old days when you really had to go out in the field and get dinner.
Yeah, because, Thanksgiving, holiday dinner, you got all the food on the table, and it was pretty easy. You just went to the store and picked it up. But we were talking about, the older days where you actually had to go out there and hunt your own stuff.
And we figured we'd do that.
We kind of want to bring that back.
We figured we'd do that in the middle of Framingham, Massachusetts.
Oh, the mutants that would come from Lowell. With weapons.
Yeah, so then Anthony says here in the illustration, callers told us about the crazy makeshift weapons they made with hockey sticks, rakes, nets, hammers, anything to catch a turkey. So we mentioned this on the air, and then the listeners started calling like crazy. They were buying it hook, line, and sinker right away, and they're like, can we just bring anything? Can we bring guns? We're like, well, you can't bring guns. No guns, but anything else.
It has to be a hand weapon.
So like, well, can I bring a hockey stick? Can me and my friend bring like a fishing net?
I want to bring a baseball bat with nails in it.
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
like, sure,
yeah.
bring it.
Chainsaw. I mean, the things they came up with were just, more wacky than the bit itself, Anthony.
And they were really psyched to do this.
Right.
And we were getting calls from the ASPCA. Very angry calls from animal rights activists. They did not want us to go forward with this.
It was a pretty big story for the time.
Oh, of course. It was.
And then, the day came that we were going to do this in this field in Framingham. So we drove up to this vacant field in Framingham, Massachusetts, in our massive WAF rock bus. Remember that thing? That was awesome.
Yeah.
The things we saw in that bus.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, did we see things.
I know out the window that day, though, we were seeing lots of mullets. Oh, those Massachusetts. You definitely weren't getting the cultured, educated people from Boston coming to this event.
They came out of the woodwork for this one.
It was mullets from Lowell.
It was
Worcester.
And Worcester, yeah. It was like a touring bus for bands, but it was our broadcast center. There were hundreds of listeners who showed up, all with stuff that looked like they're going after Frankenstein. Yeah, they pretty much had everything except like the torches lit.
Looked like an angry mob.
Angry mob. And we could not believe that the people were showing up with their baseball bats and their hockey sticks and their crowbars and their pitchforks and golf clubs. I mean, you name it, they had it.
Everyone had the secondary video game weapons that you only have when you don't have any guns on you.
Yeah.
That you got to break out.
Yeah.
A shovel.
Exactly. All right. And the illustrations is really, really fantastic in this little piece.
We're going to have to scan it or something.
All right, so then we told everyone that the turkeys were out there in the field. I mean, this was a huge field. And we're like, oh, no, they're a good quarter mile away. You got to get out there because the turkeys are a little scared, so they're far out there in the woods.
Some dopes had turkey calls, those things that they would, blow into.
Yeah, they showed up with, I forgot that, with hunting gear and everything,
wearing camo,
too. Camo and stuff.
Mutants.
So we told everyone that the turkeys were out there. Then we counted down to 3 and let them loose. What we didn't tell them was that we had actually put paper turkeys out in the field, not real ones. That was the gag.
Paper turkeys?
Paper. Did I mess up that word too?
No,
Ray?
you said put. So
put.
You said it so correctly, so perfectly that I figured I'd say paper.
I walk around my neighborhood now just going put.
Do it fast, and people think you're driving an imaginary car. Put.
Yeah, that was the gag. We hid stupid paper turkeys, but the listeners bought it hook, line, and sinker.
See, that's a little zany.
I know. Up in the
it's paper turkeys.
Up in the trees.
Yeah, we had them under some leaves, near some rocks, out in the field.
And they're not real turkeys, obviously. And if they caught it says here if they caught a paper turkey, but if they found one of these paper turkeys, they would bring it back to the rock bus we were broadcasting in. And we're thinking they wouldn't be pissed off. And we're like, thanks for being part of the gag. And we give them a gift certificate for a frozen turkey for their family for Thanksgiving.
They
Simple,
could go
right?
down to Shaw's and pick up a turkey.
Yeah. So,
my Chester loves turkey. He also loves prime rib.
He obviously did like the prime rib that day.
But he didn't like kicks in the side.
He definitely liked the prime rib, Anthony. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah. And so did I after I rinsed it out under the sink to get all the dog hair off it.
You must have been hungry, man.
I was very hungry that day.
You got to be hungry if you're willing to kill a dog and
I
eat.
didn't kill no dog.
Oh, okay.
Stop with the rumors.
All right.
All I know is my prime rib was on the rug.
The dog was doing coke.
Where the cat liked to, lay and
right.
And there was a lot of cat hair and dog hair on it, so I decided to just rinse it out under the sink and enjoy my prime rib as the Knicks were in the playoffs.
Chester, is that you? What happened?
All I remember, though, is I was upstairs in the kitchen getting, some soda pop or something. And my, I love how the only pieces of this story get out at a time.
Got to put it together like a puzzle, I guess.
That's right. That's why this show is so brilliant. We make you listen longer with the soap opera.
Longer.
So I remember, the Knicks were about to begin. They were in the playoffs. I had my prime rib dinner on a little TV tray, nice baked potato, little salad.
Potato?
Little butter for the potato. Everything was perfect.
Nice, right?
Perfect prime rib.
Big game coming on.
I'm like, I need a refreshment.
Sure you do.
So I went upstairs to get the soda pop. And, your mother-in-law, ex-mother-in-law, all I remember her saying is, why is Chester down in the basement?
Chester, why are you in the basement?
And Opie's upstairs like, oh, my God, just picturing his big, juicy prime rib.
You remember, this dog begged all the time for food. So obviously it smelled my prime rib and went down to the basement, and that's the only part of the story I will be sharing today.
Oh, my goodness. But when you're up there and you're getting your little sody pop, and my ex-mother-in-law goes, Chester, where are you? Why are you in the basement?
Oh, dude,
you must have there just.
I had no doubt.
Oh my God, my prime rib.
I had no doubt in my mind what was going on downstairs.
Yeah, it's not like the dog's sitting there waiting for you to come down so he can ask if he could have some. Dogs just don't operate that way.
Anyway, back to the story. So our listeners are out in the field and they're looking for these live turkeys with their homemade weapons. And it says here in FHM magazine, this bamboozling plan lasted for less than 5 minutes before people saw the paper turkeys and said, what the F is this?
Yes, they did.
We were on our loudspeaker trying to explain. Yeah, we were, remember? Because now we're realizing people are starting to get really pissed off in the field.
People, please calm down. You will get your turkeys. Return the paper turkeys to us, and you will get gift certificates for turkeys. Everyone wins, right?
Yeah, we got T-shirts and everything else. Remember, we had all sorts of stuff.
Screw you! You guys are assholes. So were they pissed?
So
yelling.
Yeah, so we're on the loudspeaker trying to explain. No, it's okay. You bring one back and you get a free frozen turkey. It's all good. That wasn't good enough for these people.
Nope.
And this is the God's honest truth.
They wanted to kill stuff.
All of a sudden, it was like a mob mentality.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you see them kind of gathering in the field, and they all start looking at us broadcasting a quarter mile away at the rock bus with our little headphones on, thinking, oh, we're all just having fun today. And, they started running toward the rock bus. This is a true story.
Let's
Anthony.
get them, boys.
There was a bloodthirst that just wasn't satisfied, so they all came charging back at us. We ran to batten down the hatches. Being the pussies that we really are, we ran into the rock bus.
Pussies?
Dude, it's a mob with improvised weaponry that woke up that morning with the reason and expectation of killing something.
Yeah.
With their bare hands or some improvised weapon.
Remember, it was already snowing up there,
Yeah.
so there was like, it was like ice.
Ice, yeah, it was like
kind of like ice
ice.
balls.
Yep.
It wasn't like a nice fluffy snow. It was
No.
it was just that good packing ice type
No,
of
the
snowball.
frigid winter in Massachusetts. Ugh.
So we're like, holy ass, and we jump into this huge rock bus. This is so true, man. We ran to batten down the hatches, and they began throwing rocks and anything they could find, including these like ice balls. Norton's laughing. And we're still like trying to we're still screaming out the window as
We're standing up, and the rock bus had some big picture windows in it, especially in the back.
Yeah.
So we were kind of on the loudspeaker, but they could see us through the windows, and we're smiling like, no, it's cool, everyone,
So we thought maybe just a few ice balls,
Yeah.
no real damage done, maybe a couple rocks. We'll get the dents out, whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Then they start taking their weapons, remember, and start beating up the rock
pounding
bus.
on the side of the bus with their improvised weapons.
So, and we're still trying. I think the loudspeaker or through the windows, I forget now. And we're still yelling, "You still got your turkeys! You still got your turkeys!" But they didn't care.
No.
And they continued. Then these effers started breaking windows with their weapons of mass destruction.
And
they did.
throwing the rocks,
breaking
and
all the
ice
windows
at the windows.
And then they started rocking the bus. Remember that?
That's when we hit the deck.
Yeah. So, yeah, they were rocking the bus so they could drag us out of it. We were so scared we broadcasted from the floor. Remember under that table?
Yeah.
We're under this table thinking we're well protected, and we continue our broadcast as the, quote, staff. It was Otto. Our good pal Otto was, like, calling the authorities to help us out because we weren't leaving this place without help.
Yeah, it was a mess. They wanted blood. They wanted to kill something or hurt something with the weapons they made, and since there weren't any turkeys, it was us. It was us.
Right.
That was it. Go after the hosts of the program that sent them out there.
And we're broadcasting live, and all you hear is just slam against the rock
That was
bus.
awful.
And then, this just ends in FHM magazine, basically saying. These were our hardened, devoted fans, and they wanted to kill something, us. That was the problem. These were our faithful listeners, and we pissed them off that bad.
Listening to...
And don't forget the WAF Christmas party. Get your tickets now.
Like Opie's still trying to read the liners and stuff.
Yeah.
Coming up, the new one from Limp Bizkit. Stick around. Oh, Jesus. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. People, you'll get your turkeys.
You're listening to the only station that really rocks.
WAAF.
That was awful.
Orange 9mm on the way.
The consummate professional.
And then, of course, our stupid midget boss, he was no help to us that day either.
Boys, Brucey Mittman.
I told you, boys, not to mess with your listeners.
I told you there was going to be a problem when they were surprised. I know these animals that live out there. I live in Jewton, Mass, so I know the nice area. Anything outside of Jewton are animals. Oh, God.
I'll bail you boys out again.
Again, boys.
What are we doing? A talk show now, boys?
Yes, we are, Brucey.
Yes, we are.
Relax.
For the entire country now.
Stupid.
So glad you saw the vision back then, you idiot.
Why don't you get back to playing the music?
Are we now talking for 15 to 20 minutes at a time, boys?
What do you think? People want to hear you talking or a butt trumpet? Why don't you pop in the butt trumpet song?
Oh, you're ugly.
You're ugly by Butt Trumpet. That's what they want to hear, not your babble.
They want to hear that for the 100th time this week.
Boys. Why aren't you playing the new Bush song?
Right.
Why are you talking? People want to hear Gavin. Boys.
Yeah, he didn't
What a mess.
He didn't really get it at the time, did he?
We didn't get it at the time.
And he
That
had
was
the
brand new.
He had one of the first Escalades, and I'm not. When I tell you this guy was no more than 5'4", man, I don't know how tall he's claiming to be.
Yeah, it was like a Suburban.
A Suburban, right?
It was giant.
And he had like a rope ladder just so he could climb
He
into the
couldn't even
thing.
get into it. He couldn't get into. I don't think anyone ever saw him get in or out of it. You just saw him in it.
Right.
Where he was really up high. He'd pull up next to your car. Look down high, boys. Look how tall I am in my vehicle.
Another career we ruined, I think.
Oh.
He had it made before he hired us.
Yeah, we kind of ruined it with the mayor's dead thing. Everyone broke contacts with him. That's what we do with these people. They spend their whole lives building up their career to get the respect and prestige and get the respect of politicians and people of power in media, and they're able to go to parties and mingle with these people and
feel
build
like
their power
somebody.
base and
Yes.
actually use it to progress in their career. Well, we
And
make
their
it,
social lives.
Oh yeah, their social lives are a huge part
So
of
they
their
could brag
their
that
career
they
too.
were having cocktails with Mayor
Yeah.
Menino. Who cares?
I was with Mayor Menino at a fundraiser yesterday,
cares?
and me and the mayor were speaking about blah, blah, blah. Well, we make it so that they can no longer attend these events because no one wants this embarrassing ass who hired us idiots at their parties.
Make no mistake about it, we had a love-hate relationship with Bruce Mittman.
Yeah.
We really liked the guy, and we also hated him for some of the things he did.
He didn't get the show. He didn't get
Well,
the vision we had.
He kind of got it. He just wasn't willing to, really see what it could do,
You know, when Liz Wilde wanted to talk, I told her to shut up and play the music. You boys are going to have to learn the same thing. Yeah, that's going to happen.
The best part when we did the mayor prank thing, where we told all of Boston that the mayor died in a fiery car wreck for April Fools.
Yeah.
Was when Bruce Mittman tried to smooth things over and he hired a photographer and he started stalking the mayor. It's one of my favorite stories ever.
Because he wanted that shot of the mayor and him shaking hands or talking to each other to put it in the paper.
I got to give him, credit. He definitely tried to smooth things over, and
because he thought that would help with if people saw him and the mayor in the paper, they would be like, "Oh, I guess he patched things up. I could start inviting Brucey over to my parties again, and
Right.
I invite him over to business ventures and anything else."
Right.
But he was stalking the mayor with a cameraman.
He found out, the mayor's like press junket for that day. Like he's going to be at the Waldorf or what have you.
He's
and
going to be
gonna
driving
here.
in Dealey Plaza today with a convertible top down. I'll wait in the book depository, boys.
He went down with us, He didn't wimp out like Dave Dickless.
Oh.
Dave Dickless, our program director, who threw us under the bus first chance he got. Bruce Mittman went down with the ship. Big time. I got to acknowledge that. So he was the general manager of the radio station, and he's stalking the mayor, and he literally hid in a bush with a photographer. And then the mayor jumps out of wherever he was, a restaurant. I don't remember exactly. He's doing some kind of stupid thing.
He's always around that.
And then Bruce Mittman jumps
ass.
out of the bush.
Boo.
And the photographer, it was a PR firm, so the photographer's waiting and
Yeah.
wait. And then Bruce runs up to him and basically shakes his hand like he's just some citizen on the street.
Yeah.
Not even saying who he is. And then all of a sudden the photographer, click, 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 click. And it made some rag up there. Him shaking the hand of the mayor.
That'd be great to do if you're like some Nazi organization. Just run up and take a picture of somebody with a politician. Because if you jump out, they'd just be smiling and, "Oh, how you doing?" You're shaking hands, you both smiling, take the picture.
Yeah.
Here he is with a mobster.
So that was Bruce's idea, because we were the stars of the radio station. He couldn't afford to lose us at the time. So he was trying everything to try to, save us from getting fired, but we knew we were going to get fired for
Wasn't
that
gonna
thing.
work.
And then stupid Dave Dickless with his pie idea.
What an
And then
ass.
then the cancer kids idea.
They were trying everything to try to get our image to be better than it was.
Right.
Because we were just dirt. I mean, think of the St. Pat's thing. It was pretty similar, the whole mood of the
I still think the mayor
state.
thing was worse than the St. Pat's thing.
Yeah. I mean,
In hindsight, Anthony, in hindsight.
lighting the match. The people were pissed at us. They were angry. They saw no humor in it. Same situation. So they were trying to get our image up. One thing they wanted to do was to put us in. Dave Dickless, our program director, who was just a spineless, wormy ass, wanted us to be put in old-timey stocks. When someone was bad in the central square, they would They would put you in the wooden stocks and have the mayor throw pies at our face. This went so far that they bought the pies. They bought hundreds of pies that were going to be hurled at our face.
And they don't even know how to buy the pies right, because that old pie trick when you see it on old TV and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a pie tin
and whipped cream.
And whipped cream. No, they bought real
pies.
You know, the real heavy kind with
hundreds of pies. This is before they spoke to the mayor or before they spoke to us. They had purchased all these pies. They're trying to get the mayor to go along with it. The mayor's office is just like, we're not even entertaining this. No. We get on the air when we got wind of it and said there is no way in hell we are ever going to have anyone throw pies at us. As
we're not going to compromise ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, we were all... Dave Dickless, red face, comes in pissed off as all hell. You don't tell me what you're going to do or not do. I'm your fucking boss, and you will do what I tell you!
That's exactly how he
was
sounded.
Screaming. His face was so red. We're in shock.
He kind of had that Hillary speech pattern.
Oh, yeah.
Started off kind of calm.
Will do what I tell you! Screaming.
Like Mommy Dearest, no joke. Like the male version
Tina!
of Mommy Dearest.
Get the pies, Tina! It was a mess. Yeah, they had gone through all this trouble. It wasn't going to work. So plan B.
Because we just knew it wasn't going to work.
Of course it wasn't.
It's probably, I've been doing radio a long time, probably the stupidest idea. Even worse than broadcasting live in front of the world's largest Pop-Tart, Anthony.
Dude, they would have had... The Boston Herald would have been Opie and Dopey fired, like it was.
Right.
But instead of pictures of us in the studio, there would have been pictures of us with pie on our face.
Right.
Like, it's the same end result. We were out the door. There was no way getting pies thrown on our face was saving us from this situation.
At least we look cool being with our pictures on the front pages of the Boston Herald, looking all fired
like
and stuff.
flipping the bird or something.
Although I think they had a picture of you on the cover of the Boston Herald, you and your stupid
with a fire extinguisher. Oh, brilliant. What a great photo that was. Another brilliant moment where it was like, take the picture and don't get any approval, just put it out.
And not thinking that it would ever be used on the front page of a paper.
There it was. Oh, it was awful. Awful. But you know what that would have been? Both of us in stocks with the pies in our face.
It's just dripping off our faces.
They'd have had some wacky little caption that tied in the pies to us being fired that I'm not clever enough to think of right now.
Opie and Anthony pired.
Oh, there you go.
Hey,
that's a good one. Pired. Oh, very funny.
So we yelled back at Dave. Mm-hmm. I don't do well when people yell at me.
No.
At all. I don't think most people do, but
right.
It just brings me back to a place I'd rather not visit, so I just lose my mind. So then they're like, okay, obviously they're not going to do that, but they're the stars of our radio station. We still got to figure this out. So their plan B was to take the pies to a children's hospital.
This is their great plan B.
And send that same photographer from the PR firm.
Yeah, the one that jumped out with Brucey.
And we would deliver the pies, the 100 pies, to the kids at this fine hospital, and then we'd all get a photo op, us with a pile of pies and a bunch of kids behind us and around us, and Opie and Anthony do a good thing for the cancer kids is what it turned out to be.
It was pretty much terminally ill children.
So we're sitting there in the lobby with all these pies on forklifts, and honestly, we were dazed and confused. We were like, what the hell is going on? We're kind of going... I got to admit, we're sort of going with the idea at first.
Well, it was all damage control. And we were caught up in this whole whirlwind of trying to save our jobs and trying to do what the station and the company said, trying to keep our careers going. So, yeah, we got caught up in this, and we're listening to every idea that comes around, even though we weren't going to do the pie thing. Mm-hmm. This was one of those things. All right, guys, you're supposed to be here at this such and such time with the pies. Go, and a photographer will be there. We're like, all right. And then as we're sitting there in the waiting room, and these little terminally ill children are coming around.
They're coming from every hallway and every doorway. I mean, just every little nook and cranny. They're coming from behind couches. I mean, they're just gathering in the lobby for the big presentation of the pies.
It starts occurring to Opie and I that this is one of the scummiest things that has ever been concocted to try to save someone's ass. It was me and you, and it hit us at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We looked and it was like, do you feel good about this? No.
Not at all.
Yeah, this is the wrong. So we're going to exploit this situation and these kids to try to save our asses.
So Anthony and I are definitely looking at each other like, oh man, this just is not adding up. This isn't good. And remember, some of the kids took like extra long time because they were barely functioning anymore, and they were in wheelchairs with oxygen.
Oh, it's horrible.
And then just about everyone's there, but remember we had to wait for Billy or whatever that guy's name was, the kid. Who was just the worst off, and they had to have like 3 or 4 nurses that had to be with him at all times, because just moving him from the room to the lobby was a really big deal. Remember?
Pretty risky move,
but it's worth it because he'll have a little smile on his face when he sees the pile of pies. I was going to say it was the Christmas season, and it wasn't, obviously, because we got fired in April. But the reason why I'm thinking it was the Christmas season is all of a sudden now Billy's there, and he's got his nurses around him, making sure, reading all the meters on all his equipment that's keeping him alive.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden, one of the ladies in charge goes, okay, now we're going to have a few sing-alongs. And then they started singing Christmas carols.
And now, my goodness, that's a little out of place, isn't it?
Christmas carols, it's April.
It's spring.
Right.
This isn't the time to sing Christmas carols.
It's springtime in Boston.
Right.
So then, what was the song the girl sang? The
Little Silent Night.
It was Silent Night?
Of course.
It was it was Cindy Who from Whoville,
Little
basically.
Cindy Who from Whoville.
It was basically Cindy. Yeah, she was beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful little blonde child. And she's singing Silent Night.
All she needed was a little cowboy hat and 6 shooters by her side, those little boots, and a garrote around her neck.
Jesus. So then... All right, Jimmy, calm down. Jesus. So then she's singing a beautiful rendition of Silent Night. I'm trying to hurry up because we have to take 2 breaks an hour, and it's not working out too well this hour.
All right.
We're going to have to break, come back for 2 minutes, and break again, I guess.
Uh-oh.
So then she's singing Silent Night.
Yeah.
And one of the nurse ladies kind of leans over to me, and she goes, you know what? I go, what? You see Cindy singing there? I'm like, yeah, real nice. I could appreciate some nice singing, right?
Sure.
She goes, she's not going to make it to this Christmas.
She won't see Christmas. That's why they were singing Christmas songs.
Right.
Because they weren't going to be there for the real Christmas.
And I think you heard at the same time, because that was where we basically say, that's it!
Cut!
Not even cut, because we didn't want the kids to know what was going on, but now we understand that this is really, really an awful idea.
And we took our anger out on the photographer.
Yeah, we go to the photographer right up to his face. We go, look.
Get out of here.
We go, get the F out of here. One picture. We're leaving right now, unless you leave.
Yeah.
Not one picture will be taken of us, with the cancer kids, so it could be in a publication somewhere.
Try to bail our sorry, dopey asses
out
of
trouble. So then the PR guy is calling boys, our boss Bruce Mittman and all that.
But boys, this would be a great photo op.
So we, nicely gave them the pies without a photographer. We thanked them for having us. Blah blah blah. Enjoyed the pies. Happy holidays, even though it's April, and we were out of there.
Here's a pie and a satin pillow.
And we were out of there.
That's right. Oh,
it was awful. Absolutely awful.
But that's another, Dave Dickless great idea. Let's exploit some dying children to try to bail Opie and Anthony out of trouble. Ugh.
So,
at least they didn't come up with those wacky ideas after the church episode.
No. We have so many stories, and I don't know. We're getting close to really figuring out this book, I guess.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff.
Well, we're going to have to take a break, come back for a quick one, and then break again, I guess, right? Oy.
This is Bernie Getz.
Man, you better give me a 20 or something.
You're listening to Opie and Anthony.
Discover the secrets to better sex with your free Better Sex Kit. Better Sex is the world's best-selling sex education video series with over 4 million copies sold. These explicit, uncensored videos show you real couples demonstrating advanced erotic techniques, toys, games, fantasies, and much more. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free, no-obligation Better Sex Kit now. We'll mail your kit right away in a plain package. Your Better Sex Kit includes everything you need to spice up your love life. Call in the next 15 minutes and get a free erotic positions video, plus an exclusive bonus gift so sensual we can't mention it on the radio. Yours free for a small shipping and handling fee. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free Better Sex Kit. 1-800-371-6390. 1-800-371-6390.
Did you get what you wanted this holiday? Maybe a Delphi XM Sky-Fi was in the mix along with those fruitcake-like objects. Well, here's an idea. Get the Delphi portable audio system for just $199. It's a dock for your Sky-Fi receiver, so it travels conveniently. It also plays CDs, MP3s, AM, and FM. And right now, it comes with a free charger and 6 free rechargeable batteries, a $60 value. Get it, and you've got XM to go. Just visit delphi.com/free. Limited time offer. Sky-Fi receiver sold separately. XM service required. Details online.
Because that's how we fix shit with tape. Because if your glasses break, you put a piece of tape. The tail light breaks on the car, piece of tape. One night I didn't have a condom. Don't go home and try that shit either, all right?
You know, people should laugh if that's good for you. The problem is you can't go out and see a comedian every night of the week. You people have got to learn to amuse yourselves. And I'm going to give you a couple of tips. Like, for instance, the next time you're the lead car in a funeral procession, make a wrong turn. Oh, what the heck? Lead everybody through a car wash. Hot wax for the bereaved. My favorite thing, you can do this anytime. The next time you're in the supermarket, put things in other people's buggy when they're not looking. And then get behind them in the checkout line. I swear, you'll see them. They'll be just like this, like. I don't remember getting that. Then they'll pay for it. Or if you should ever have to fill out another job application where it says nearest relative, put 12 miles.
Unleash the power of XM performance in your home. Enjoy the best radio experience from a component-style tuner that delivers XM's highest quality sound. Introducing the Polk XRT12 XM Reference Tuner, the world's first XM component tuner designed for your home stereo system. Plus, added to your family plan, you can add up to 4 additional XM radios for only $6.99 a month per radio. Discover the full sonic potential of XM satellite radio in your home. Go to xmradio.com to learn more about the Polk Reference
Ian Anthony Show. XM 202.
And we're back for a couple of minutes, and then we got to take another break.
Oh, boy.
But we talked for like 45 straight minutes, right?
Yes, we did there.
People
never
make
remember
everyone
that.
happy.
They never remember that part of it.
Let's say hi to Joe. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you, Joe?
I unfortunately can't get you guys. I'm not a subscriber yet, but hope to be soon. Anyway, I listen to Howard. Howard's going off on about Fareed, and he actually mentioned you guys this morning, just a couple minutes ago.
Well, he's going to mention us a lot. He's going to mention us a lot. He's playing right into our hands once again. So we couldn't be happier that he's mentioning our names.
Every time he says he's not pissed or not angry and it's a goof and everything, he's really pissed, really angry, and it's anything but a goof. He gets really pissed off.
I know for a fact that we wrecked his vacation when his agent had to call him while he's wherever he was, and
unfortunately not Thailand.
And the agent had to tell him that that Anthony and I replaced him in Syracuse. It's driving him absolutely nuts. And he's giving us a free commercial. He has a lot more listeners than us, and that's the game you play in this business. You get the guys that have more listeners than you to talk about you, and that makes your show bigger.
You know what it would cost to get commercials for our show?
And of course he's gonna keep mentioning this all morning long, because guess what? He doesn't really do a radio show anymore. He's too lazy to do a radio show, so he spends his whole time complaining about how Fareed did him wrong, complains about Bush holding him back from doing a radio show. You know, all these excuses why he can't do a clever radio show.
Well, I could, but everyone's out to get me.
Yeah, he's
There's so many other things you could still do on commercial radio, but, you know, he's just calling it in at this point, you know, so he'll make excuses why he can't actually do a show, and he'll just bitch and complain about, you know, everyone holding him back instead of doing some, you know, clever, funny, entertaining radio for his
Having a
listeners.
little fun.
There you go. So keep mentioning us. You're playing right into our hands perfectly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Love you guys, and say hello to Angel Eyes for me.
I'm just chewing an apple, so that's why I'm backed off the mic, so I don't want to chew into the mic. I'm in mid-apple.
Is it crispy or is it mealy?
Oh. I couldn't be happier if a 4'4" man handed this to me with a ring to put on my fat finger.
As he was trampolining into a hippo's mouth.
All right,
I think when you see a dwarf that's as short as that woman was,
Yeah.
you should legally be allowed to grab her arm and bite it.
Yeah, sure, why not? Well, we can play $100,000 or butt plug or something, Anthony.
Butt plug.
Which one you want?
Butt plug.
Butt plug?
Butt plug.
You want?
What do you use it for, sir?
You want butt plug?
Oh, I'm sure this guy's all psyched about the Pats. Somewhere up there. Somewhere up there at the spark plug factory or whatever the hell place it was we called.
I don't know where we called, but this is a classic, and we'll continue. Dean Edwards coming in?
Yeah.
Very nice. We got Dean Edwards on the program next.
May I help you?
Yes, butt plugs?
Who?
Butt plugs, please.
Spark plug, just a moment. Hardware, how can I help you?
Butt plugs?
What is it?
Butt plugs.
A what box?
Butt plugs.
A bud box?
Butt plugs.
I'm not following what you're saying.
Butt plugs.
I have a bad connection. I don't understand. What is it?
Butt plugs.
Bud box? Is it like a receptacle you're talking about?
Butt plugs, yeah.
What kind of plug is it? A spark plug you're talking about?
Butt plugs.
Oh, hold on. Hello. What are you looking for?
Butt plug?
Spark plug. What kind?
Butt plug.
What kind of a spark plug?
No, butt plug.
I just don't understand you, sir. I'm sorry.
Butt plug?
A spark plug.
Butt plug.
Bug plug?
Butt plug.
Never heard of it. What do you use it for?
Butt plug.
Huh?
Butt plug.
What do you use it for, sir?
Butt plug. Butt plug. Butt plug. Butt plug.
Yeah. Butt lug?
Butt plug.
I know, but
plug.
what do you use it on? What do you use it in? I'm trying to
Butt plug. Butt plug.
Yeah, okay, I got you a spark plug. There's all kinds of spark plugs.
Butt plug. Butt plug. Butt plug.
Butt?
Butt plug.
Sorry, sir, we don't understand what you want.
Butt plug. Butt plug.
I don't know. We don't carry that.
Butt plug?
Yeah, we don't carry it.
Thank you.
All right.
On the Opie and Anthony Show, we're going to make fun of people with Down syndrome.
I just didn't want to be in the middle of the flight and have him yank that handle hoping candy comes out and blow the door off the plane. We all get sucked out except for him because his head gets stuck.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Why not try XM Radio Online for free? You have nothing to lose, except for missing out on XM's 100% commercial-free music channels online. Add to your existing XM account for only $3.99 a month. Sign up for your 3-day trial of XM Radio online at listen.xmradio.com. Know a friend who hasn't heard XM yet? You can send them to listen.xmradio.com for their 3 free days of XM Radio online.
We've made it even easier for you to give XM. Share the XM experience with your friends and family, especially with XM Service gift cards. It's a convenient and flexible way to give XM service. And you can order gift cards, XM radios, accessories, and gear at the XM Radio online store. Check out XM's new online store at xmradio.com.
Have you ever been listening to your favorite song on XM when someone starts yapping during the best part?
Hey, Julie, where you at?
What can you do? Well, with the new Delphi Sky-Fi 2, you can replay the song. It's the first satellite radio with replay and pause features. Listen to your favorite songs over again. Sky-Fi 2 for the car, home, and on the go. Add it to your family plan or give it as a gift. Go to xmradio.com to learn all the cool features about the Sky-Fi 2. Now available in stores.
The world's first portable XM satellite radio.
The Delphi XM MiFi. The first satellite radio that goes where you go.
With its very own earbuds and rechargeable battery, you can listen to it just about anywhere.
The Delphi XM MiFi. It lets you store up to 5 hours of programming.
And it's effortless with no need to connect to the internet.
So wherever you are, you'll have the ultimate playlist.
Go to xmradio.com for more info.
The stories.
Down the left field line. Is it enough? Gone! There it is! 62!
The memories.
Unbelievable! A home run for Gibson. And the Dodgers have won the game 5-4. I don't believe what I just saw.
The magic. The passion is renewed this February as spring training opens for the 2005 season. The hopes and dreams of 30 major league teams are told on XM satellite radio like never before.
And he takes a shot at it. There it goes. It is out of here.
Hear every play, every team, from spring training to the World Series. Hear your hometown team wherever you are. Hear it on XM satellite radio, the official satellite network service of Major League Baseball. It's radio to the power of X, all included as part of your basic monthly service plan.
Who wrote this script?
100 channels of crystal clear digital audio. XM satellite radio. Radio to the power of X.
XM 202. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me double shot inside.
Thanks for the help, Ant.
What's that?
The music's going on for a very long time because I'm trying to like eat and swallow this banana. I'm looking at you, giving you all sorts of signs like help us out.
Jeez, I have my head buried in the paper.
It is the Opie and Anthony Show. You can jump in anytime. I'm like trying to swallow here. No one is looking at me.
I got my head completely down. I'm looking in the newspaper.
I'm
panicking.
I'm making signals like I'm landing a plane, and you're just reading away.
Getting educated every minute.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I do.
There's no problem with you starting these breaks. I mean, come on, bro.
Hey, we're back.
There you go.
We're black.
You just say we're back, and it's the ONA virus. It's spreading
Right.
across America.
Indeed.
The fans are doing their job, blah, 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 blah. Well, that horse crap.
There we go. Oops.
I don't know what Jimmy was doing.
Jimmy's mouth was
I
equally
could have been
as full.
choking over here.
I just mind my business until the show starts up, and I chime in occasionally.
There you go.
I thought maybe there was a reason for the silence. And I figured I would just allow it to happen. I didn't realize you were choking.
Yeah, because instrumental beds are just so much fun to listen to on the radio.
I was enjoying it.
Next time, I'm going to take a little bit more of a initiative.
Oh.
All right, so where were we on the program? We had to kind of take a couple breaks there that messed up the whole flow.
Yes, it did.
But we're having a good time today,
My
right?
goodness.
We got the hooker thing we're going to get to in a little bit.
What a nice little story that is. A little local angle with Long Island, us growing up there, kind of understand what these little places are about. I don't know if they have them in many other places. Do they? You've been around.
The hot dog,
it's the hot dog truck.
The hot dog trucks?
They're these trucks that are either like old-time delivery trucks, they look like, with like a little window and shelf cut in on the side so you could sell stuff out of it. Or sometimes they use little motorhomes or campers on the back of pickup trucks.
That's an ice cream truck
you go.
Serves hot dogs.
Looks like an ice cream truck.
And
too.
sodas. That's it.
And you get up there and you get a couple of hot dogs. bun, a little mustard, relish, whatever you want on it.
You want to get Dean in for this story as we're moving in? Moving forward, it's Dean Edwards. This is Jimmy decided to bring Dean into the program. Look at you.
Yes, taking initiative.
You're producing more than Ben. That's nice.
Wow.
Bringing in stories, bringing in guests for us. And Ben's like, gee, thanks. Well, Ben, what guest do you have for today's program?
Me. My stunning personality.
That's right.
What's up, Dean?
What's up, y'all? How y'all? People don't trust y'all?
No, let me tell you, that Lysol is very important.
That's for Jimmy.
This bastard will blow this room out.
Oh, okay.
Usually about now he starts his farting.
So some things never change.
Yeah, I cut a lot of gas.
Good stuff.
Yeah, no, the 9 o'clock hour is reserved for Jimmy's farting, and then we comment about it, and we spray down his ass with the Lysol. That's all we do in the 9 o'clock hour every day.
Yes.
He totally enjoys us losing our minds over his gassers.
He'll smile and not say a word until somebody just starts gagging.
Oh, you're the silent cat.
Yeah,
he's like me.
Oh, he just starts giggling.
That's what comedians do. That's our thing.
He farts, it doesn't make a noise, and then he just starts like moving his whole body as he's giggling and waiting for us to enjoy what he has to offer.
And the best is when this big Kev is in here and he has no sense of smell, but he still like waves it in front of his face just to be one of the guys.
Yeah.
You can't smell it, you sociopath. You have no sense of smell.
Does he really do that? I've never
but he'll go,
noticed that before.
yuck! And I'll be like, what are you yucking for? It's not a hula hoop or an exercise regiment.
That's classic. Well, Dean, you were on SNL, and I loved you on there. What happened?
Hey, man, you know what? They
You got any dirt, or you don't want to?
Yeah, well,
every SNL guy has dirt, man. We've talked to a few guys.
I'm gonna keep it real. I was trying to get like all of the females pregnant at the same time.
Is that it?
And Lauren wasn't going for it, so no, we need a new Negro in here. We're not going to. We can't do Dean anymore. No, it was. You know what it was? Jim, I like everybody else talking about it, but like it wasn't a good fit. Like I did everything I could, to shine, and anybody that sees me on stage, constantly people are still saying, how did you do all these impressions, all these characters? And I'm like, man, you have to. It's a political place as well, so you have to know how to maneuver.
That's what we've heard too. It's really hard to get one of your bits on.
Yeah, and Brewer and I speak all the time, and we just did a gig 2 months ago, and we sat for like an hour before the show just trading like war stories, because SNL is really, you're in the foxhole and you're going to war every week trying to get your stuff on, and Jim was like, Dean, you know what happened? You went in. I bet you were nice and you were cheering everybody on, and you're trying to be a team player. I said, yeah, and he said, that's not gonna work, because you have to go in with your guns loaded. And I remember Tracy Morgan was like, Dean, listen, you got to do your own thing. Let them know you're there. Let them know that you're a team player, but you got to go for broke. You got to let them know you flying high over the stratosphere. You over LaGuardia. Sky high. It's awesome. And Tracy, he took me under his wing, and I appreciate it, because oftentimes, people try to create, especially in the clubs, Jim saw it, like, everybody's like, now that you're there, Tracy. And I'm like, nah, Tracy, he did what he could. He took me to dinner when I first started, and he told me, this is the last time I'm going to do this, but and he told me, watch out for this landmine and that landmine. And just stay focused. And then I had, like, from Chris Rock to Sandler to Brew, the stand-ups, because that's another thing. I came from the stand-up world as opposed to the sketch comedy world. I wasn't a Groundling or UCB or Second City. And, you had writers that were already there. So if, say I came from Second City, you already had, like, 3 or 4 writers from Second City. Or if I came from the Groundlings, I had like 2 or 3 cast members and like 1 or 2 writers, so you already had a support base.
You're kind of in the fold there. You might get a little preferential treatment or something.
Exactly. You come as a stand-ups are jackals. We're the bastards of the comedy world, or the entertainment world, and they're like, just throw them in there. Hopefully they'll do. We're the lone shooters when we go into the police force. It's hard to partner us up, and I was willing to work with everybody, but it was just. a matter of getting shine. And my first year I did really well. Tracy said, you need 2 shows to justify your existence. You need at least 2 hot shows. And I had like 4 my first season, so I was like, oh, this is awesome. I got this. Second season, it was I think had to do with it was Tracy's final season. Mm-hmm. He come into being one of the main stars of the show. And so when writers are writing for you, they're saying, all right, well, are we gonna write for upstart black guy or the star black? Unfortunately, that's that institutionalized foolishness where they're saying, well, we can't use 2 black guys. That's too much Negro at one time, and so, unfortunately, so you're saying, all right, well, and I'm a team player, so I'm like, all right, well, you know what? At least Tracy's getting some love, and if I can get in something, and oftentimes at the end of a show, my stuff got relegated, like Bernie Mac was on my final season, and we had this sketch where Bernie was playing. He did like a solid Sidney Poitier, and I was doing Denzel Washington. It was right after the Oscars, and the sketch went. We blocked the show. A lot of people don't understand how the show works. Like we do the show, we do like the dress rehearsal show on Saturday evening at 8 with a live crowd,
which is taped, right?
Which is taped, which is cool because even if your stuff doesn't make it to air, you still have proof, and then at about 10:30, 10:45, you have a meeting where you go in, you look on the board, you see where your sketch is laid, and hopefully it's not to the side off the show. So my sketch is last, and there's a sketch that I'm in that Tina Fey wrote that's second to last. So after the meeting, we go down. I'm sitting with Tracy, and I'm sitting there like, well, I just hope I can get my Denzel on, and they have the times blocked out, and Tracy's like, Tina's sketch is 3 minutes 30 seconds. Yours is 4.5 minutes. Your shit's getting cut. And I'm like, you think so? And so at 12:48, 12 minutes before the show, I'm in the makeup, and you hear a message from stage manager. Denzel Washington has been cut. We're going right to BT House of Suits, and you got to roll with it. And after, we're walking out for good nights, and Bernie's like, "Don't worry, I got something for you." So I'm like, "You gonna take me on the road or something?" And I guess what keeps me going is I'm like, I had cats from Bernie Mac to Ali Leroy was writing, who he had written Head of State. And they all like, yo, you got it. You have nothing to worry about, And I'm a comedian first, so even if SNL is not a final place you're gonna be. You go there, you do your 2 years, and you move on.
Why do they never seem to know how to use black performers? I mean, when Ebersol was there with Eddie Murphy, it seemed like that was like a great chance to let a guy shine.
Yeah.
But it seems like they really.
Chris Rock's a great example. I mean, he blew up after SNL
on that show.
Blew up after SNL.
They did not use him at all.
I couldn't believe it was the same guy. I'm like, man, is this guy funny? But he just, except for a couple skits, he never shined in SNL.
And
didn't he warn you though, or tell you that?
Well, Chris, my first season, Chris came into the Comedy Cellar, the watering hole, all the comics are hanging out down there.
Love that place.
And I'm excited because in my mind, I'm like, if I'm on the air, I'm good. I'm feeling happy because it's a mind screw because you're sitting around and you don't want to be you don't want to be in your dressing room with people walking by, ignoring, like not looking at you, like, oh geez, he's sitting in there miserable, because that's what happens. So you're happy just to be in the show. And we had Jack Black on the week before, the Saturday before. I'm in like 4 sketches, not really being used, but I'm there. Monday, Chris comes into the cellar. We're all hanging out. Chris was, I never watched that show. The one time I watch it, they still don't use black people, and I'm like, hey, Chris, I was in 4 sketches this week. He was like, you weren't in them. Yeah, you were there, but you weren't really in them. They ain't use you. And he taught me a lesson. He said, he said, don't ever be happy just for somebody to throw you a bone. He said, people that don't have talent are happy just being thrown in stuff. He said, you got talent. He said, so fight for everything you do up there. Even if you don't get the stuff on the air, at least you can say, I did everything I could. So write 2 sketches in an update. Quinn saying, can you write 2 sketches in an update? Stanley, 2 sketches up. So every week, I was going in on Sundays, just to sort of get a jump ahead of everyone and say, going with like my friend Tyler and Mark Theobald, 2 other comedians. And we would just sit in there for a couple of hours so that by the time a host came in, I had something on the books that I can say, okay, I started working on this. Only problem with that is that, people want to be in on it from the beginning. So now, right, like, well, he already wrote that. He didn't need my help, So it's like a catch-20. And Lawrence,
we hear these stories over and over again by everyone that
honestly,
was at SNL, man.
That's a rough place to.
But it's the trick is saying, you know what, this is not my final destination, and I'll never allow. So if I'm on stage, if I get those 100 people or those 1,000 people, if I get all those people laughing, I'm proven. I know that I got the goods. So I never. One of my friends. I
have a question for you. Did Chris mention when he was giving advice out, like not to be a brilliant stand-up comedian and then do like movies like Head of State and Pootie Tang? He's a brilliant act. But Jesus Christ, those make the Flintstones look comedically.
You got to start small and work your way up, right? That's what I say in case Chris is listening. Like, I ain't giving him advice ever again. I was going to put him in a movie, but now I'm strong. I ain't putting him in shit.
Like, you do brilliant impressions. I mean, you're one of the best. And how do they not use that on Saturday Night Live? It's mind-boggling to me.
It's that politics, the political. Because man.
Let's hear some of the voices, man. Who do you do real well? the Chris Rock is right on. Tracy Morgan's
Fred
right
Morgan. On. We do a bit of Denzel, do a little bit of Denzel. Me and Master Poe, we were out there talking about we do a little bit of Denzel. Erica Bad.
Bag lady, you got your bag.
Who is that?
Erica Badu.
Oh,
you can tell Jim does not listen to
nothing.
Hip hop R&B station.
He just listens to Ozzy. That's it.
I really
Ozzy and Johnny Cash.
Creep. She's one of the biggest stars. I'm like,
who's she? Doesn't she sound like James Earl Jones? No. Anybody. If I'm around you long enough, and I like your voice. I just watch you long enough, and
he's looking around the room.
Look around at you guys.
Who were some of the big characters on SNL when you were on? Like, what were they really pushing? Like every week you'd see these show up.
That's like I said. Tracy was popping with Brian Fellows.
Brian Fellows.
I'm Brian Fellows.
That is hysterical.
I love Brian Fellows.
That was a good.
And
bit.
Astronaut Jones.
Yeah.
That was the banger.
Why wouldn't he let you do the sketch? He wanted to do a sketch with him and Tracy where you were acting as Tracy.
Yeah, well, that
would have been great.
Yeah,
right.
You know what? That was the writer. I said, brilliant writer Max Brooks. He was my writing partner, and Max was like, you know what if we did like Tracy Morgan, like sort of Terminator, with like the new improved Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
But I don't think Tracy. Who wants somebody to say this is the new improved me? And I think that's what happened. I think Tracy kind of was like, no, I don't want Dean coming and doing me better than me. Yeah, I mean, it was good on, but I was like, hey man, I'll do whatever y'all want me to do. But they kind of knocked the feet up from under that one before we even got it popping. What are you gonna do?
How do they give you the boot there on SNL?
They don't give you the boot. They just hit you with you get a call. Fortunately I was on a film set, so it didn't really hit me hard.
Yeah.
I was my agent calls and they were like Dean, your contract got renewed, or came time in July for your contract renewal. They didn't renew it, so they do it that way so you can say, well, I didn't get fired. I left. I just chose not to, because sometimes like one of my friends, Jeff Richards, Drunk Girl, who was like Jeff. You asked like what characters Jeff came in, and Drunk Girl was like on fire. Everybody loved it. And
I was wondering what happened to him.
Yeah, from what I understand, they just midway through the season, for whatever reason, that's fired when they just say midway through the season, you know what, you're still under contract and we'll pay you, but
holy
we don't
geez,
want you to
what did he
come back.
do?
And I wasn't there at the time, so I don't know what happened. But once again, it was that Jeff was a stand-up, so he wasn't aligned with people correctly to where he had people fighting for him.
The writers do have a problem. Those sketch writers who are with guys like Upright Citizens, they have this weird thing with stand-ups because stand-ups do what they can't do. It's like those sketch guys and the writers, they really need each other because they're both kind of like half talents. You know, like hey, look, tough shit. None of them have the balls just to stand up there, so they have like this weird resentment towards stand-up.
Yeah, and you get you get that a lot. And I was a cat that was looking at his head full, so I was like, well, he doesn't not like me, he just doesn't want to talk to me, you know. And I killed everybody with kindness. I was walking around, always going knocking on people's doors and saying, "Yo, what's up?" And also, there were no black writers in my first year. You know, you can't tell people, "Here, this is write for this." And the only contact they've had, some people might have had with a black cat, is he's a cop or a janitor, because that's what they're gonna write, and then you're gonna be the dude in the background that's sweeping, trying to look in the camera so your mother says, "There's my baby,"
Get some FaceTime.
And oftentimes Tracy said, if you're not in the show, they're gonna use you for language, where they write something where someone's playing a hip character, so you'll get that knock on your office. What's a way to say or for sure? For shizzle. Brilliant. I'm going to use that.
God damn.
Could I get in? That's because I don't have a janitor this week, and that's the natural
Holy jeez,
state of things. You roll with it. You say, and I remember Tracy said Eddie Murphy came to the show one time. He was doing Rosie O'Donnell, which taped down the hallway, and Eddie after he taped Rosie came in. They were blocking the scene, and Tracy's sitting there, and Eddie leans over to Tracy and says, "I know you're miserable," and walked out. And so 20 years ago, things haven't changed. And I think Eddie popped, A, because he's phenomenally talented, and B, because they were going through a period where they didn't know what really was going on. They had gone through like 2 different producers.
Yeah, and the cast was
just
a mess.
And
that's when Ebersol was there.
Yeah, well, that was actually before they had
that
Gene
woman,
Jermaine, and then Ebersol came in, saw Eddie do something that popped, and he said, we need to focus more time on him.
Is that why Murphy didn't come back for like that big 20th anniversary SNL had? He was like noticeusly absent from the show.
Well, you know what I heard?
Or 25th anniversary.
Yeah, I heard one of the reasons like Eddie got kind of pissed with the show because during the 90s when he was doing like Vampire in Brooklyn, something I'm sure you have on DVD. Yeah. That and Metro. No.
They shot that in front of Blockbuster to cut down on shipping costs.
Wow. That's a good one.
Metro.
They, I guess, Spade used to do the Hollywood Minute. And so one time they Spade was doing it, and they showed Murphy, and he said, "Look, kids, a falling star." And I heard Eddie didn't like that because Eddie really saved the show.
Yeah.
Because the show was on the verge of getting totally canceled right before he popped. And, once he popped, it became, must-see viewing before they even called TV must-see TV. And he saved the show. So I think he probably felt a little slighted.
Hell yeah.
By the time there was time, they were like, yeah, we're having this 25th anniversary. And, we were just kidding with you, Ed. He's like, whatever, I don't need y'all. I make $20 million. And kept it moving. And so I, and this is 30 years. So I wonder if he'll. It's been 30 years, man. So I don't watch the show anymore.
Yeah,
I'm not home.
It's one
I'm
of
not
those
home.
things. Well,
it's
it'd probably be a little rough too. You don't
probably.
Yeah, you don't want to listen to. We didn't want to listen to radio.
Oh, really?
Whenever you're off of whatever
medium
medium you want to be doing, you just don't listen to it. It's depressing.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're done banging a chick, you don't run over and push her new boyfriend's cheeks. And help her. Isn't she terrific?
Yeah, man. So I haven't. I'm not home on Saturday nights for one to I'm out on stage, but B, it's like I'm like, I don't know if I feel, because it's almost like a retired boxer. If you're watching a match and you're like, they should have done this. They could have gone on there with that joke. Or why is this going?
You can't just watch it anymore. You're picking it apart.
It's not going to be the same because you're gonna.
You think it's good? Do you think
they're going, this ain't funny. This sucks.
Maybe that's why I don't watch it, so I don't have to answer that question.
Daryl Hammond's the only guy I know on the show. Daryl's my only friend left on that show.
Daryl, and I don't even know if Daryl's getting the light that I mean, this is I think his 10th season, and that's I guess what used to frustrate me because I'm like, this person is one of the stars of the show. Use him, Tracy's one of the stars of the show. Don't have him in just the black guy stuff,
Right.
I really think they try. I think Lauren tries to keep anybody from really being the standout because once they are, they leave.
Right.
Go on their own. Right. And I think I read, and he even acknowledged that he tries to keep people in check so they don't leave.
Well, yeah, because that's what happened in the early years.
He was
after Chevy.
It was a machine,
up.
man.
Yeah.
It was a star-making machine.
Yeah. Tim Meadow. Oh. No, I like Tim Meadow.
But yeah, no, Tim actually, what? I'm going to defend him only because Tim actually has had a decent career considering he still works.
True.
He was in like 2 movies last year. And that's the trick. I think.
Does Tim get drinks saying he's Don Cheadle?
Oh, shoot.
I love Jim Boogie Nights. Thank you. Might have been funny if my headphones didn't fall off.
I'd choke you.
The mock drinking.
But Tim, cats, what happened that when the first group of cats blew up off of that show, then you have that hype sort of to live up to, and even a cat like Tim Kazurinsky, who people.
Oh my God!
Hey,
who is that?
Exactly. Now, he was on. He came on when Eddie and Piscopo were on, but they did like 8 police academies. Now that's not
right.
That's not something to say, I'm a brilliant actor, but he stayed working. You know what I mean? So it's like once you get that SNL label on you, it's like, you're proven and people say, all right, you know what? After he's survived the Marine Corps, so he can do anything.
Yeah.
And even people that haven't done, I mean, Stiller only lasted a year. Ben Stiller, Damon Wayans lasted 6 months.
There are some people that you see him as Saturday Night Live alumni. And
right,
you're like,
right.
What the? I don't remember.
Sarah Silverman?
Silverman.
Yeah.
David Tell wrote there for Jay Moore.
Yeah, he used to run out and do spots and drink and stuff, and I think Attell just kind of blew it there. He was a maniac. Yeah, that structure of Attell is a
blah,
psycho.
blah, blah, blue, blue.
Hats on, blah. Unshaven because he's been binge drinking for 4 days. Attell is an amazing guy, man. Ellen Cleghorn was on.
Ellen had some success too because she had that ghetto character, that ghetto page character, and wound up getting a sitcom on WB or UP. You wouldn't have seen. If you don't know Erykah Badu, I know you never saw that show.
No, I didn't even know Ellen was on SNL until somebody told me.
Yeah, she had a sitcom for
first year, 1 year on.
No, she did 3.
No, she was there a while.
Yeah. She did a really good Robin Quivers
impression,
too.
Yeah. She did
really funny.
Robin. She did Whoopi. You know what's funny?
Yeah.
I didn't watch the show until I got on it. Until like the summer I booked it. I said, all right, let me do some homework. And so I started watching, because like I said, I'm a stand-up, so I was out on the weekends when the show was airing for the last decade. And that's where I was like, oh, Ellen, I didn't know Ellen. I saw her in Def Comedy Jam. I didn't know she was on SNL, And a lot of cats shined more outside of the show, like a Chris Rock. And Chris said that after I saw him at the Laugh Factory in L.A., because he thought, he was like, at our season rap party my final year, we were talking. He was like, "You'll be back. They ain't crazy. You'll be back." And that's how everybody was like, "Dang, you have the skills. You're gonna be back." So I saw him at the factory, and he's like, he said something. I was like, "Oh, yo, I didn't get renewed." And he's kind of like, "Are you?" He's like, he said, "Well, you know what? I ain't do well there. Damon didn't do well there. You'll be all right, and it's true, because it's like I look at somebody like him. That's he after the show didn't work out, he said, you know what, let me go back to the foundation and get in those clubs, so that's why you see me back in the clubs working my act, honing my skills, saying, all right, you know what, because this was not the end, for your listeners out there. I had probably like 4 fans, that were religious, like, Dean is funny, and and they were all like, one was probably a little like kid that was 9 years old, sending fan letters and whatnot.
I got a question for you about SNL, dude. This is something I've wanted to ask. Why is I never saw anybody break the fourth wall there. Like, if a sketch is bombing, As a comedian, you go like, Jesus, that blew, or if weird stink, we'll say it.
Right.
How come nobody, does Lauren like threaten you with death for that?
No, you just, now that's funny, there's an SNL commercial on the television right now. This is karma. There's karma right there. Nah, you know what? I think there was just that you didn't want to. I know for me, I was the new nig, so I was like, I ain't doing nothing to make somebody say, why is he looking at the camera?
Yeah,
when he's supposed to be.
Oh,
you
God,
know,
that
so
really sounds like that boring Lauren. I met him one time
when you guys were doing the Collins show.
We
you
did
got
a Collins
picture,
show live.
Jimmy?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh.
I should have, but
You
I didn't.
should've.
I did live to at Rosie. I was too nervous.
No.
And yeah, he really is like. It's like Jesus, dude. You really are a dull.
They
fella.
have been laughing a lot more lately. I think Jimmy Fallon started a lot of that, where you see the guys just start breaking
Jimmy and
character a little
Horatio
and laughing.
like, they
kind of started that, like
Yeah.
Harvey Korman.
Yeah,
Tim
yeah,
Conway
Tim
used to do
Conway,
on
yeah.
SNL.
Yeah.
On SNL
Yeah.
on Cal Burnett.
Yeah,
What do you think, Jimmy Fallon leaving? Good move?
Yeah, I think it was. Jimmy said he was only going to do like 4 or 5 years, so I think he did
Really?
5. I think he did 5. Bounce before, you know.
He really left on top. Yeah, that's
bounce
for
on
sure.
top. That's the best thing to do. Will, I did 1 year with Will Ferrell. Will left right when he was supposed to. Man, went into old school and
Yeah, but then you get a Sherry O'Terry who leaves and drops off the face of the earth.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Sherry?
What the hell happened there?
Sherry had I think she had a deal with CBS. And that's I guess I was in the same situation, because it's like you leave and you say, that's all right, I'm going to prove them wrong. And I had buzz before I got there. I went to Montreal. I had networks interested in giving me a deal. So after I left, when my agent called and was like, you're not renewed, I said, all right, well, call all of those networks that were interested before. Call them, tell them I'm going to come out to L.A. next month. And I left L.A. with a deal with ABC. So I was like, I don't need SNL. I don't need anyone. I'm making money and I have a show coming out. And then you find out like they had 6 other black cats at ABC with deals, and you're like, all right, well, hopefully I'm the one they decide to produce, and none of us wound up getting our shows picked up or getting cast or anything. So I'm like, all right, well, go back to the clubs. That's where you're funny.
Wow. Maybe you could Jimmy did some really good film with Queen Latifah. That was supposedly. I know you're friends with him, and I like Jimmy too. I know him, and he's a very nice guy. And it was supposedly a very funny film. I didn't catch it. But I heard because Queen Latifah's a pip. You know, and but when her and Steve Martin team up, I mean, you just
they bring down the house.
They really do. Because she says some funny stuff.
He's an ass.
We should take a break.
All right.
We got to get to the hot dog story too. The hot dog hooker story. You know, Dean will help us out with that, right?
Yeah, man.
Where are you from, Dean?
I'm in New York, Mount Vernon, Bronx and Mount Vernon.
Cool.
But New York state of mind.
There you go.
There you go. Right.
We'll continue.
It's coming to the Gay Channel.
What is it?
It's the 2nd annual male group orgy competition.
And he hits the hole right after Jesse opens it up.
With your hosts, John Madden and Pat Summerall.
And then everyone's kind of slopping around down there and grunting and groaning. And, you get mud and stuff flying and gang tackles and scrums and quagmires.
No femmes, fats, or harrys. Just the hunkiest gay studs and wild group action competition.
Like to pack that guy around, too.
Don't get carried away, John.
There was all kinds of stuff flying around there.
It's male group sex to die for, as described by the best play-by-play team in the biz.
Yeah, that was a late one. That one didn't come, and finally they threw it out of there. Whoop. I don't know where that one came from. Look at that big old meat and lop. Whoa, what a meal those guys are having.
Look good.
That's a good group.
If you go nuts for tight butts,
you push.
Get pay-per-view today.
You just rode him backwards. Just put him right on his back.
With Pat Summerall and John Madden.
That looked like it was the last shot out of the Roman candle.
The 2nd annual male group orgy competition on Gay-Per-View.
Like to pack that guy around, too. Floyd? Yeah. He's going to fire into his guy right here.
Call 1-800-HEY-CUTIE to order today.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Gut busting, ab crunching.
Boy, how bad can it get?
Have you seen a man eat his own head?
Yes.
Now you'll get used to it. Opie.
Anthony spent $300 on fags.
Ass clown. Anthony.
This is the freakiest show I've ever been party to.
It should be illegal. The Opie and Anthony Show.
You guys suck!
All that talk is crazy.
Discover the secrets to better sex with your free Better Sex Kit. Better Sex is the world's best-selling sex education video series with over 4 million copies sold. These explicit, uncensored videos show you real couples demonstrating advanced erotic techniques, toys, games, fantasies, and much more. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free, no-obligation Better Sex Kit now. We'll mail your kit right away in a plain package. Your Better Sex Kit includes everything you need to spice up your love life. Call in the next 15 minutes and get a free erotic positions video, plus an exclusive bonus gift so sensual we can't mention it on the radio. Yours free for a small shipping and handling fee. Call 1-800-371-6390 and ask for your free Better Sex Kit. 1-800-371-6390. 1-800-371-6390.
The world's first portable XM satellite radio.
The Delphi XM MiFi. The first satellite radio that goes where you go.
With its very own earbuds and rechargeable battery, you can listen to it just about anywhere.
The Delphi XM MiFi. It lets you store up to 5 hours of programming.
And it's effortless with no need to connect to the internet.
So wherever you are, you'll have the ultimate playlist.
Go to xmradio.com for more info.
You know, honey, I knew it was hot and sunny before I even got out of bed today. Ask me why. Say it. Say why. Repeat after me. Why? Because my balls were hanging low. Let's say that real tight. We're talking rainstorm. Half mask, cloudy with a chance of showers. That's right, honey. The penis thinks for itself. It's got its own brain. Why do you think the head's bigger than the rest? I could prove it's got a mind of its own. You ever get up in the morning and he's already awake? He's dressed. He's ready to go, right? He's in the kitchen making fucking flapjacks. You're in bed going, come on, Joey, 5 more minutes. And your penis is going, take me shopping. I need a new hat. But you remember when they first came out with the hard-on, huh? 3rd, 4th grade, you're leaning over like the hunchback of Notre Dame. Teacher calls you up to the board and you're like, I don't think so, honey. You're the teacher, you figure it out, all right? I got some kind of ligament over here, I don't know what's going on. This thing is like alien, it's drilling into the desk next to me. Call a cop. Maybe he'll throw a donut around. But you grow up, you learn to accept the hard-on, to deal with it. Accept the pee hard-on, you know? That's God's joke. You get up, you're late for work, you gotta take a squirt, and Joey's admiring the chandelier. You gotta stand there like a moron and talk him down. Come on, Joey, I dig you. We'll dot I's and cross T's later. Work with me. Yeah, the morning hard-on. I'll put that up against that Ginsu knife any day. It'll slice, it'll dice, it'll pump your car up if you got a flat tire. See what I'm saying, Carol?
Heather.
Oh, shit! It's an Opie and Anthony Wow Sticker Stop. This Wednesday, January 5th, get to the Sunrise Mall parking lot in Citrus Heights, California, and pick up your Wow Sticker.
Whoa, those aren't real. Yes, they are.
The Sunrise Mall parking lot near the Elephant Bar Restaurant on Sunrise Boulevard. Detailed map on opieandanthony.com.
I'm getting an erection as we speak.
Once again, here is how it should sound.
The Wow Sticker Stop. Brought to you by your pals at the Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony, XM 202.
All right. We're hanging out with Dean Edwards.
What's up? What's poppin'?
Did a couple of years on SNL. Very funny guy. Giving us some inside stories on SNL, Anthony.
Didn't Chevy Chase one time, and I loved Chevy Chase for this one time, he was guest hosting, and they were asking him for suggestions, and he said, well, maybe we could get somebody with AIDS and weigh them every week. And everybody hated him for it in the meeting.
Yeah, I read that when he came back to host the show, he really was not liked by the people that were there.
Yeah, I hear those stories like Chevy people. Well, also you gotta figure as soon as a vet comes in, because we had like Chevy came and Steve Martin came and hung out, Aykroyd, even Jim Belushi, came, and I'm not gonna say the cast member's name, but I remember they said, geez, I wish they'd beat it so I could get on the air because you had your shot. Give me my shot.
What color was the cast member who said
They
that?
were white.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have just given away. Yeah, I won't say the name. Yeah, why these mothers keep coming back here? But yeah, it was a mind screw. But hey.
We got to get to the prostitute story, or our listeners are going to kill us today.
Oh,
did you hear about this?
Nah.
This is actually pretty.
It's pretty disgusting.
It's kinda,
Jim, were you involved in this?
No, but I like it already.
It's kind of.
I'm very happy with it.
It's kind of funny.
It kind of would. It's almost hot if you didn't think what these women probably looked like and smelt like.
They had a picture of one of the women.
Did they?
Yeah.
What paper?
I don't know. Post or Daily News. She didn't look that bad at all.
Really?
She didn't look bad.
Right. It's starting
especially
to get a
for
little
Long
better.
Island, Anthony. Especially
That's
for
all
Long
I'm
Island.
Oh, the Long Island.
Yeah.
Oh, those are the best.
Well, it was,
I'm just picturing some Long Island whore bag sitting.
Big hair.
Yeah, huge hair. 80s shoulder pad dress. They're not out of the 80s.
Stonewash.
Yeah.
Stonewash jeans.
Stonewash thong on.
Still in fashion on Long Island, yeah.
This is very hot, actually. I just read the story. This is very
You
sad.
like it?
Yeah, I think it is, too, in
This
a way.
taps into my sexual addiction, the inappropriate. Yeah, this is very
What
hot.
is it? What is it? What's the story?
Let's see. Customers at a Baldwin hot dog stand got more than just sauerkraut with their franks. Ho, ho, ho. Gotta
Brilliant.
make the story funny. Nassau police said yesterday after arresting the two women who ran the business on charges of offering up sexual services along with their hot dogs and sodas. Police began watching the hot dog stand, which was run out of a camper on the property of a former restaurant. They's things they're all over Long Island. Like if you're from Long Island, you worked on Long Island, you see them all over. They're on the side of the main roads and stuff. They're like an ice cream truck type of thing, or a motorhome, a camper on a pickup, and it's just some slob that looks like they bought hot dogs down at Wall Bombs. And I don't know how they're cooking them, what they're making, how long they've been sitting there, what they're serving them on. But people in droves go to these things and buy this crap. Yeah. There's no health inspector license or something. These people are just selling crap out of their truck.
And people buy it.
And now it turns out a couple of women were arrested because, let's see, as Scalia, one of the women, were preparing this guy's food, who turned out to be a cop. She offered to expose her breasts to him for money.
Her name was Scalia?
Scalia was one of the women, and Scourge was the other.
Now, do you want someone serving you a hot dog named Scourge?
Scourge.
Or Scalia sounds like a disease.
That's what you'll get, Scalia and Scourge for eating a disgusting truck. Then offered the officer oral sex in exchange for money.
Oh, well.
The two then said they had a stripper business called Body Talk and gave him a business card. They were arrested promptly and given an appearance ticket. But now you're thinking, all right, prostitution out of there. But they were serving these hot dogs to people. I'm sure they didn't put gloves on.
No.
And I'm sure they didn't suck those guys off without their hands. Yeah. They're not, look, I'll do this with no hands. They're
that
handling.
wasn't sauerkraut that you were eating with your hot dog.
Exactly. A little, this is a great. It's cop cube.
Are there onions on my hot dog? Oh no, I was tickling the bag of another fella. It just smells like that.
That's disgusting.
Right to the sauerkraut and onion joke.
Scalia's number is 555.
So Jimmy, why do you think the story's hot?
Because it's inappropriate. It's the timing of it. It's to be in one place and to have another reality put in your face.
Yeah.
Like to be buying a hot dog and have someone to offer you something sexual. I wouldn't care
hanging her tits
what
out
she
of
looked like. Yeah, I would be very turned on by that, as long as she wasn't completely atrocious.
And I guess it was going on inside this motorhome.
Yeah, but camper. Yeah. Just an awful, dirty
camper. So could you not see that? I mean, do you not notice that the camper is bouncing while someone's putting relish on your hot dog?
When Jackie Gleason comes over and says, next time, put your badge on your dick.
If this camper's rocking, don't come knock Worston. No? I knew it was going to bomb. I did it on purpose. Stop it. Did I? Really? No?
You know what's funny is that one of the hookers was eating a hot dog and it bounced out of the trailer and into the mouth of a hippopotamus.
An old gag.
Do I bring nothing?
Yeah, Jimmy brought a very awkward story today to the program.
Oh, did you bring that?
I thought I brought no, not this one, but another story. I thought was real, and I'm bringing a story.
Jimmy,
Jim, keep it real. You're the one that they caught.
Oh no, I would
with
be
Scalia.
honest. I've never been busted
Jimmy,
before.
obviously very funny, adds a lot to the program, but he doesn't bring in a lot of stuff that we can work with.
I'm very lazy.
Okay,
very lazy. But when
Today
he does,
brought in a nice story about a midget or dwarf, a dwarf who was eaten by a hippopotamus.
Okay.
So I'm like, all right, this dwarf was probably bathing in some river somewhere and got eaten by a hippo.
swim
It
or
happens.
something.
Yeah.
Maybe it was doing its laundry
in the Amazon, maybe. So I don't know. But then it turns out this midget was a clown-type midget in a circus, and it was jumping on a trampoline and bounced off the side into a yawning hippopotamus's mouth, who then the gag reflex of the hippo made it swallow, and it swallowed the dwarf whole.
Did he die?
I don't know. Did he?
Because they could have just reached in and pull it out,
or cut the hippo open if you want to
Nobody would
sacrifice.
risk losing their arm, especially to rescue what amounts to a half a person.
Or why kill a perfectly good hippopotamus
for a dwarf?
Yeah, even in God's eyes, it doesn't really count as much.
Awful person.
Wow.
But then we pop it up on Snopes.com, which dispels all urban legends, and of course it pops up as an urban legend, and people are complaining that they read it in like the Weekly World News back in '86. So Jimmy's bringing some real topical, current material.
Yeah, somebody emailed it to me, and like a retard, I just was like, wow, that's kind of a funny story. Like, just thinking that a midget was killed, which is always funny, regardless of circumstances.
I like the 8mm film you brought in of you riding a horse and falling off and then showing Bigfoot walking in the woods. That was good. And that photo of Nessie that you took at Scotland.
That's right. I'm a surgeon. Surgeon's photo. That's what it's called, yes.
You a little too much information that you knew that everyone else didn't.
Confessed on his deathbed, by the way,
that
it was a hoax,
fake,
and that he had done it with an upside-down like wooden ship, and that was the bottom of it.
Oh, really?
Yes, confessed on his deathbed.
All right, you should go on Jeopardy Tournament of Champions.
I really should.
You're smart,
Dispelling
Jimmy.
myths.
You're so smart.
You can catch AIDS if you sleep with a lot of prostitutes without a condom. Wrong, Alex. No, you can't. I'm still standing.
Jim loves hookers. I love this
Oh,
guy.
man.
I live vicariously through Jim.
he has a story every single day.
You went to Rio, too, right?
3 times.
Oh, wow. They're trying to corrupt me. Him and Patrice O'Neal are trying to get
Patrice
me
is another
go
pig.
down.
Patrice is a filth bag.
Come on.
Yeah.
Patrice bought. I saw Patrice last night. He bought. We have to. He'll come in and explain what it is. A sex swing. This lonely,
Stop it.
disconnected psychopath bought a sex swing.
That thing we saw in the video type?
He bought one, and it's hanging in his apartment.
Wow.
What the hell?
So
is
a
he
girl
gonna do with
comes
that?
there, she knows what she's getting herself into.
Hopefully a girl. I hope he's not a pedophile and he just wants a swing with easy access. Look, it's a seesaw with little dildos on it. Very healthy. That's connected to
Where
love.
do you get something like that?
I don't know.
That sounds like something you
whacked out
order
catalog
online.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that
Lonely
seems like something you
scumbags.
order online that they never send, and you don't want to bring
You
them
can't
to court.
complain of the money's missing. Right.
That's something you
bought
should
a
keep in the
sex swing.
closet, though. He has it out all the time.
Probably not, but I'm guessing if you look up, you're going to see like a metal hook where
Yeah.
something goes on. Something
What's that for?
Something that's disconnected
sweetheart,
from
a
love.
disco ball. He stinks.
It's great. Hopefully the girl could use it for traction after she's done with him. What? That would just, like, he's kind of a big guy and nothing. Attraction. Like, where you hang up and it's
Nothing worse.
sucking ass.
I know it's funny, and
We're playing bomb
wording.
ping pong here, Jimmy.
I realize
Your turn.
Dude,
Swing away at nothing.
I actually have a muscle pull in the back of my right side from swinging so hard at one before.
Yeah, you really did bomb earlier. Hopefully you covered up for the 3 I've done since.
That's all right.
I'm waiting for one. One's going to
awfulness.
stink. I'm going to
How
throw
are
out
you,
something
sir?
that stinks.
I don't know this paparazzi
Do you know who he
going off
is?
in our face.
I don't know. Wondering why
Just
Stephen King is taking my picture.
Someone in here just snapping pictures off of all
I
of us.
didn't notice, but people who shined.
Yeah. That's what the cricket's like. All right,
Wow. Stephen King wrote The Shining.
Yes,
That was,
yes. These
really
pictures are for Vegas, I think.
no reason for
Really?
Right? When we go to Vegas for the display or whatever, right? Because we hated the other photos that he took.
Oh, they're not using... Oh, great. Do we get to approve these before they're put up in public?
Yeah. So what am I, like the token brother, so that when you hang up the pictures out there, oh yeah, we have black.
Show
yeah, we got
for people.
You're in the back.
Look at that.
Okay, good. I'm sweeping.
Sweet. in the background.
That was a callback.
You're the security guard for this.
Do you want to get a picture of me being natural? Let me know when you're ready.
Point at something? Or?
Yeah, like I'm pointing and talking. Like
Oh, that was good right
being
there.
natural. Do you need a dick for your mouth?
No, that wouldn't make me natural.
I got it already, actually.
That was a good comeback by me. No, that wouldn't make me natural.
So, Dean, you wouldn't go to Rio? You started
Nah,
started down that path, but then we stopped.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No,
we
the
were,
whole
we
hooker
were,
thing.
We were aside with comedy brilliance in the form of that last one that tanked.
That really was a bad one.
Yeah, no, because I just got married, man. Just got married. Yeah.
What made you do
done.
that, love?
I'm done.
Was it that love stuff? Got all over you?
You know what? I ran out. We've been together 10 years, man.
Yeah.
I ran out of the excuse gifts.
Oh,
you know,
excuse
and
gifts.
this is good because she asked me this morning, "Oh, what station?" I said, "We don't get it, so I can speak honestly." No.
Yeah.
But no, I just ran out of excuse. And you know, yeah, I love my wife, man. You know, she was in the trenches way before I made any money doing this stand-up crap, and we had a child, and we wanted to have
That's
another
testimony you're giving right now.
Yeah, I really am testifying.
I could be used.
You know, so I had nothing left, and you know, and then everybody got grinding. I was like, y'all could have started going to Rio a year before.
Yeah, right.
I got a lot. Oh yeah, I have a gig down there. Come back with chlamydia on the eye, you know. But now it's like now she knows that, you know, because she's heard me say, yeah, Patrice and Jim and Voss, they're all going down to and our manager. That's how much of a pig our manager is, that he's going down to really just enjoy the evil and darkness.
Oh, yeah.
With the rest of them, you know. And no, you should come down and, you know, it'll be a fun time. No, this horse.
That's the next place that deserves a tsunami.
No.
That decadence.
No, it's fantastic.
Oh, it's just full of whores.
Yeah.
When are you going again, Jimmy?
Young people in
You guys
trouble.
go like every 3 or 4 months.
Well,
don't you?
I've
Patrice
gone
goes-
3 times, but
yeah.
Patrice just went. Lonely
Again.
just went again because there wasn't enough women up here he could avoid any real love and contact with. So he decided to go down there and use objects on them.
Yeah, now he doesn't even have sex with them. Like now, the luster of the sex is gone. Now he just brings a toolbox,
Toys, yeah.
with toys.
And
Come
his
on,
duffel
really?
bag full of glass dildos. This is what he's lugging around a third world country. He would pick it up and it would clank.
What a sicko.
It was
Are
like
you
he was going to do
kidding?
a bank job. Yeah, he had a bag full of, I'm not exaggerating, glass dildos and vibrators and all these weird
What
toys.
does he do? Just gets the woman off with this?
Yeah.
Or?
We went to one of those, you know how they have like these Manhattan spots, they'll have like some guys will like pay these strippers to come in, and we went to some party up there probably like 3 or 4 months ago, and me, Patrice, a couple other cats, and Patrice goes to the VIP room in the back. How awful are you that a whore comes out feeling violated? You know, when a hooker feels like you went beyond the line.
Right.
And I think he had a girl with him, and they went in the back, and I think he just went and he said, no, I'm gonna make you gush. He wanted to, no, you're a squirter. You haven't been touched correctly.
Oh, I have been stopped.
He really, why do you think she does that for a living, Patrice? She's been touched very well.
No mas.
Como. When he had that girl's shirt up and he was trying to calm her because she was uncomfortable because there was 5 guys looking into her box. And he's just touching her stomach going, como. That was
what a gruesome moment.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
Him rubbing her tummy and saying como.
And he's on his hands and knees in a football jersey that's too long.
With a jeweler's glass in his eye.
Looking closely.
Yeah. I know you murderer.
That was better.
It goes down with the toolbox now. That's crazy.
It's an Adidas bag
filled
full
with crap.
Of toys.
And he has to put that through security.
Dude, he has to go through customs to another country.
You can't find that stuff in the whorehouse?
No, he just brings it with him. It was embarrassing and it was creepy. And
Did you guys get stopped when you're going through and
we got stopped going to the hotel a few times, but that's why I would never go with the girl to the hotel because the cops stop you and they're so corrupt. I don't want some hooker throwing coke on the floor and then saying it was mine in Portuguese.
Oh boy!
Take a different cab.
Some Brazilian.
Jim
prison.
has everything figured out.
I won't take a cab with a
He's
prostitute.
got it down to a science.
He really does.
Not. I'll pay for your cab. What is it, 10 reals? That's $3. Get in the cab behind me.
You're a big spender, Jim.
Dude, they stopped me, and I was out, and the guy's like, drugs? I'm like, no. I was playing the indignant American, because they won't really bother you then.
Oh, really?
Really?
If you don't have anything...
They'll just rob you.
Yeah.
No, because you know what? They don't want. There's enough guys doing wrong stuff down there where they can get you. They don't want the one real innocent guy running around. Hey, I'm not going to tolerate that. You know, they don't need that type of crap
to mess it up.
There's
for
a guy
everybody.
behind you who's got pot on him. There's a million guys doing a million.
And they
things
shake
wrong.
him down, or they bring him in.
That are going to shake you down unless you're doing kiddie porn or something. You know, really awful. I mean, they would just probably take your money.
Take your money.
But whatever, man. They didn't do anything to any of us because I guess we weren't really doing anything wrong. But I won't. No horse.
You had
no
a
can.
giant Negro with a bag full of dildos. Would you?
I wanted him to get stopped so badly with that.
You go to rob someone and they pull out a glass cop.
Oh, I really wish they would have stopped that dummy.
And he just went again?
Oh, yeah, he went. Of course he did. Because up here
alone or with
Jason and Evan, who are Dean's managers and his managers.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's
something.
Patrice's managers.
That's
our careers are going nowhere but Rio.
Yeah.
They're trying to, have a gig in Rio. And they're paying, no, we have hookers, thanks.
They just go down there? They don't work? Or
Jason is the cheapest guy on earth, and it's the beautiful thing is to watch him negotiating with a Brazilian prostitute who's sleeping with him for what it equals to like $30 anyway.
$30 and
he's
trying
just got this dead stare behind his glasses trying to talk her down to 15. It's like, Jesus, dude, can you just give her a little
Yeah,
money to
I
feed
was
her family?
thinking maybe because he does that dumb thing with his hand. You know, I was thinking, you're not supposed to haggle anybody on their anus or their vagina, man. Let it go. You know,
it's great if you're in a marketplace buying some ceramic thing to bargain, but. You know, I think the woman's already bargained away every bit of dignity she has.
He's haggling on her.
Just pay the money.
These beautiful girls, man, they play it up. They act like they love you. They're great. They
Really?
kiss you. That's why you always come back sick, because everybody's mouth kisses.
Yeah. Well, that's
why you always come back sick.
Yeah, it's the kissing.
No,
that's
but
a great endorsement for Rio.
You're kissing them.
Come down.
Right.
Get herpes.
Yeah. No, not BB.
In Rio?
Just kisses. Just making kisses. Like at the cold, you come back with, they call it the crud.
Oh, the crud.
That's great.
You come back with a film on your body. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
That's what I want in my
The
vacation.
crud, they call it.
Yeah.
There's a name for it.
Yeah, because you get this awful cough and you sweat. Believe me, I had diarrhea the day before I came back. It was awful. It was like the Ebola virus.
When can we go, guys? When can we go?
When are we bringing this show down to Rio?
Makes it sound so romantic.
The kids are awful. The kids will rob you.
Well, yeah, that's
Little
what I hear. They're
children.
all awful little kids.
Well, don't
that are
they
just
swarm?
abandoned.
Isn't that the thing? They'll all, like,
Yep.
if you're walking, like, you'll have 30 kids run up on you and reach in their pockets.
In your
your
pocket, yeah.
pockets.
It's awful.
And you have no way to fight it. What if you're down there and you, like, have a syringe in your pocket and they reach in? Is that...
I guess they're going to poke their fingers.
So they can't, like, go in. It's not like here where they could sue you for trying to rob you.
Please,
and
the little bad cops will shoot them.
Oh, nice.
Basically, on those death squads, they would just go and shoot the little bastards.
They shoot
we need
them.
some of those here.
Okay.
And don't a lot of
Listen.
them, don't a lot of them get killed on a weekly basis riding the tops of the trains? I read something that they get on top of the trains and ride them instead of getting in the train, and a few of them have been knocked off.
Rio?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
They do that
Yeah,
up
yeah,
there
yeah.
sometimes, too.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
They ride the tops of the trains.
We got 2 minutes
heads.
left.
Yeah, no, I hear the little
Oh, is
music.
that what that...
That's
I hear the little music.
I just got taken back to Atari 2600.
Yeah, that's what it is. And then it gets faster.
Oh, okay.
To let us know we have
And then
even
we all
less
get
time
uncomfortable,
left.
and then we have to, wrap it up.
Yeah.
Well, we should just say thanks to Dean for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Any plugs or anything you
Dean
want to
Edwards?
I'll be this is awful time, and I'll be at Caroline's in 3 weeks. So I came out 3 weeks in advance to promote. I'll be Caroline's the 19th through the 26th. Caroline's.
That means you'll be
Comedy
back
Club.
in a couple weeks.
So I'll have to come back. You
I'm
guys
sure
were
Greg
great.
will be bringing you through then.
Definitely.
And I will be, by the way, I'll be in Orlando in April.
There you go. And DeanEdwards.net, if you guys want to see like a couple of things
You couldn't
I
get
did
the
on,
.com?
Yo, somebody squatted on my name, so
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not paying you.
We had a
Yeah.
squatter, and our
You can
agent
get it
took
back,
care of
though. You fight him.
Oh, really?
Oh, will they give it back to you?
I was lazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had to give ours back.
How'd they have to give it back? You sue them?
Because you prove that it's your name, and you're the only one that's been using it for this many
really?
years, and then they have to cough it up.
Do they sell a lot? Well, I haven't been using it. A car dealership had JimNorton.com. Now they squat.
But if it's Jim Norton Dodge or something, you can't make him
no,
give
just
it back.
JimNorton.com.
Yeah, but even at that, if
It might be his
Jim
real
Norton's
name, and he's using it.
really his
No,
name.
he's not using it. It's a cyber squatter now has
Oh,
it.
okay,
He's done with it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
Bob could
touchy,
probably
too.
get that for you.
I should talk to Bob.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't talk back to me.
I didn't do Jay-Z. That's another impression.
I'll do a quick...
Yo, how crazy is that? I'm up in here with my boys Opie Anthony and the Dirty Vial. Jim Norton. It's bananas.
99 problems, but the bitch ain't one.
It ain't one.
Does that sound like Jay-Z? I've never
Hell
heard him
yeah,
talk.
it does.
I've never heard him talk.
4,
You
3,
really need to
let's
be
2
here.
seconds.
Dean
One.
Edwards.
How many do we have left?
Dean Edwards.
Thank you,
Dean
yo.
Edwards.
Dean Edwards. Piece.
That's it. I'm out of here.
32 Z. Oh, yeah, baby. Pac-10 football is no joke. Pac-10 football. The Pac-10 today. It's Pac-10 football on XM Satellite Radio.
It's Monday, January the 3rd, 2005. I'm Ari Bykowski with your Pac-10 Today. The bowl matchups had some crazy drama. Now, how about that Sun Bowl? It was the Purdue Boilermakers taking on Arizona State Sun Devils. Now, this game was absolutely insane. It took 3.5 quarters for these two high-powered offenses to wake up. What entailed kept you at the end of your seat.
Keller to pass, full pressure, screen to Burgess with an escort to the 35-30, Rudy to the 25-20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Devils! Oh, Doctor! They'll run the ball, no fake, Orton throwing for the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown by tight end Charles Davis. Here's Keller, dumping it off to Burgess to the 20, 15, to the 10, 5, touchdown Devils! Rudy Burgess has done it again!
KTAR, KMVP Radio, and the Sun Devil Radio Network on the call. Arizona State wins the Sun Bowl by beating Purdue 27-23. Other Pac-10 teams that we know have played, we already have found out Oregon State, they won the Insight Bowl against Notre Dame last week. UCLA lost in dramatic fashion to Wyoming in their bowl appearance. Now, what about Cal? Many thought that they got the shaft from the Rose Bowl. The Golden Bears took on Texas Tech in the Holiday Bowl. Not a great performance by Cal. The Red Raiders stained the Golden Bears 45-31. One more Pac-10 team yet to play, and that's the number 1 ranked USC Trojans. The Trojans are preparing for their Tuesday night face-off against the 2nd ranked Oklahoma Sooners. That's in the Orange Bowl. The winner will be named national champion.
And that's the Pac-10 today on XM Satellite Radio.
Unleash the power of XM performance in your home. Enjoy the best radio experience from a component-style tuner that delivers XM's highest quality sound. Introducing the Polk XRT12 XM Reference Tuner, the world's first XM component tuner designed for your home stereo system. Plus, add it to your family plan. You can add up to 4 additional XM radios for only $6.99 a month per radio. Discover the full sonic potential of XM satellite radio in your home. Go to xmradio.com to learn more about the Polk Reference Tuner.
XM in your new car, a complete Sky-Fi 2, the Polk Home Tuner, the portable MiFi. Get XM wherever you and your family go. And you can save more with XM Family Plan. Add up to 4 additional XM radios for only $6.99 a month per radio with XM Family Plan. Certain restrictions apply. Go to familyplan.xmradio.com for more information.
100 channels of crystal clear digital audio. XM Satellite Radio. Radio to the power of X.
The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.